Oh, that's backwards.
Got it.
Look at all these beautiful rats tonight congregating around the cheese.
I love cheese. Have you
The
guys
art
ever
of
made
cheese
cheese?
making. Yeah. Oh, artisanal cheese.
Goat cheese?
I like to put peanut butter on my cheese.
Jim, have you milked your goats ever?
Pretty
I've
personal question that's really in the stream.
You know, I like to break the ice.
Ever, like, just once, I need to know.
I fantasize about it quite a bit, but
Goat milk is delicious.
yeah, they don't have milk to give yet, so it would be a fool's errand.
I guess that'd be pretty hard.
Yeah.
Well, you could milk the males.
Well, I don't know if he would still milk. I banded his nuts, and so he no
Oh.
longer has them.
It's warm enough to have a special guest in my studio this evening.
Hello, little buddy.
Oh, he can hear
Hi.
you.
Hi. Hi, little friend. What's
His
up?
name is Baha.
Baha. Ha. Baha, Baha. That's cute.
He's grown up past his awkward stage since I've
Oh
seen
yeah,
him.
he's well. When we got the new puppy, he kind of transformed unwillingly overnight into an adult dog. Like he's like, there's a puppy here. That means I can't be the puppy. And he just kind of went wah, 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 and became a full-grown adult dog. And he kind of got a little chubbier, and he was depressed. And then we talked to Michelle Gibson, and she gave us a bunch of information about these dogs. And then he immediately became happy. You see him tilt his head when I said that. Do you remember Michelle Gibson? She knows how to talk to dogs. Yeah, I know how to talk to dogs too. You say, sit. You're not going to sit? Because I didn't see you put any treats in your pocket. Why should I sit?
Where are the treats?
Look at how adorable he is. Isn't he the most beautiful pug? Look at that.
Dude, as far as pugs go, he's pretty beautiful.
He's pretty cute.
Pretty cute.
Here's Kata.
Oh, cute.
Oh,
Looks kind of puggy too.
Kita, look at me.
She says, nah, bro. I'm totally resting, and there's no reason for me to exert this kind of energy that you're requesting.
Right?
I was reading somewhere that Wednesday from the Addams Family was going to be receiving her own series, and I thought, when will Pugsley? Hey, Pugsley, would you like your own series? Pugsley, would you like to be on Netflix today? Pugsley? Pugsley?
Oh, Alan.
Pugsley and Fester?
You're special.
The Pugsley and Fester hour?
I don't doubt that I could blow up the internet with 3 pugs on a Instagram account or something like that, but I already have so many things going. I can't imagine intentionally adding like
3 pugs, 1 bowl.
Well, you know, the pugs can take care of their own social media.
Almost, not yet. If I had enough treats, I could definitely train them to. They'd be like, post,
Yeah.
like, share, comment, post.
A lot of these
like,
animals
comment.
have more followers and traction on their social media than their owners ever will.
Yep, because they're a lot more personable and desirable to be around than their owners are.
Yeah, we were tired of seeing everyone's made up selfies with all the filters. We want real organic animals, real pugs,
Good boy. There you go.
real art monkeys hanging out.
That made me think of that Dance Monkey song.
Jim, what are you working on tonight?
Well, let's see. I'm gonna be trying to finish up the mold for my bronze ceremonial axe blade, and
Exciting.
need some work. But yeah, I might be able to finish it up if I use the quick here mold material. I could probably get it all done.
Sweet.
Yeah, how about you guys?
Well, I started making some shrinky dinks. You can see the corner of this one folded up. Just an experiment with acrylic paint on black shrink film. So I don't mind that the corners folded up. It's kind of cool. I cut the corners off of this one, and it actually worked to prevent it. So you could see the lines were definitely, you know, like it worked to shrink the paint, which I found fascinating because the paint was dry. So the material underneath of it shrinking and closing up. This is the size of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper before I shrunk it.
Oh, did you paint on it then? And then the paint, that's the raised spots or the paint?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
That's
So
neat.
that was the test, because now I figure if I print something on there and then work on top of it with paint and know that it will shrink, as Jim is well aware, because me and him have done this and talked about it before, anything that you can make smaller, the detail will improve and look better. So if I paint something pretty fine and good on the shrinky dink and then shrink it, it'll make it look miraculously detailed. Well, it will be miraculously detailed because it'll
Yeah.
be smaller, you know.
that's a little art secret.
Yes, it is.
Sweet.
That's one of 1,001 art secrets that Jim and I have, but you'll have to buy the book, and unfortunately it's not written or published yet. So, you know, if you're interested in pre-ordering, please
I
contact
know.
Alan.
Contact Alan. For Alan. That's sweet. We speaking of axes, we have this hatchet that's been horribly neglected and got all rusty and stuff that my sister was trying to use the other day to split some wood with, and I'm like, no. This will not stand. So I have taken it and I've taken all the rust off of it.
Oh, beautiful.
Lay down, bub.
Tonight I'll be taking the
That too far
loose,
away?
gnarly handle out and replacing that.
Oh, cool.
And I'm making a sheath for it, so I've got some leather cut out.
Ooh.
I just haven't decided what I'm gonna put on it yet, so I'll probably be working on that design.
Cool.
And then, yeah. Speaking of axes,
Yeah. I'm glad I axed.
I must ask you a question.
Huh? Yeah.
Hold on, you guys are kind of giving me reverberations of last week. Careful.
That doesn't get
Careful
old
with you.
though. Okay, those don't get old.
Yeah, never gets old.
Yep.
It
What do
makes
you
me
guys-
want to set them up and entrap them for fun to make them scared, you know.
Who are we setting up?
The Zoom prankers.
Oh. Give him a fake room.
Well, that's a good idea.
I was thinking more like
got
follow them around for a few weeks and find out where their house is, and then go bang really hard on the front door with your fist and say, "Oh, please,
Hard party knock.
FBI.
your van has arrived, sir."
That kind of made me wish that Juan was here with the soundboard, because he's got that one that's knocking and FBI.
Oh yeah, well I sent homie Romy some custom sound bites, and he must have never seen them. I like did kind of floofy versions of the ones they've already got. I forgot now.
that I had some.
Oh yeah, Jim. I actually got a soundboard for Christmas. I just haven't plugged it in. It's just like a cheapo
Really?
one, you know, like less than $100 that my girl bought. I think it was for sale at the canteen or something.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Nice.
I heard that. Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have it on my other devices. That's a good idea, though. Mine's sort of a mainstream.
Oh, I guess I could. Oh my gosh, not wearing a hat. How could you guys let me not wear a hat?
Sean, you're not wearing a hat.
Sean.
Holy
Just
fuck!
know I'm. That's a good soundbite. Ah!
You rang. It's Martin. What's up, Martin?
Yes, Martin. Yes.
Martin.
Right? We're also happy when you enter, Martin, just so you know. If you couldn't tell. We're like, thank God, some sophistication. Okay, that's what I think anyway.
Yeah. That's we're all just kind of Philistines here.
Is that song about gin and juice?
It's a Harambe
Oh yeah. Any updates on Harambe?
Still dead.
So, open question: what was the favorite funeral of any famous pet that you've ever attended?
Oh,
Attended?
Sorry.
Or was aware of, observed
I mean,
it, paid your
I think
respects to?
I remember Bubbles the chimp passing away. I think I don't really remember much more detail than that, but I do remember that.
Hmm.
that's a good question.
What was the name of that whale that people were trying to set free?
Keiko.
Kiko? Kaiko?
You
Kiko?
can-
Kaiko?
Wait, that wasn't just a movie? That happened in real life?
No, it's a real story.
Right up the fence.
Keiko. Kaiko? Kiko? Kiko?
You can have your Keiko, but can you eat it too?
Do you think Kaiko got their insurance from Geico? Would do whales buy insurance plans from geckos or ducks? Is he more of an
Geico-
Aflac guy?
Geico gets insurance from Geico from a gecko.
Yeah, that's what I
When we
thought.
asked him if he'd use a different company, he said, "Heck no."
Hmm. Okay, and what was the insurance company that Snoopy from Peanuts was advertising?
MetLife.
Okay, all right. And then what is the name of the art party rat monkey mascot for tonight's show?
Horatio
Horatio.
Serious?
That's not the hornblower I know.
or Rubrits. Rubrits.
Horatio is probably the most famous relative I have.
It's a what?
A very famous relative of mine.
Oh, never heard of Horatio Alger.
Really? He writes all these rags to riches stories. I found only one book of his that I've ever bought myself, but I remember my great grandmother taking me to the big bookshelf in the back room and pulling his books off the shelf and showing me that we were related to him. And so to me, that was a big deal that great grandma was showing me that there was someone famous. You know, we had his books on our shelf. But the one I bought is called Born to Rise, and it's another rags to riches story. But I take that to heart. Like,
You should read one. For,
Son,
FlowState.
I need to take you to
hey,
the great
I know where
bookstore
it
in the
is
back
inside. I
room.
could do that. What you doing, Pugs?
John, could you say that line one more time? The great
What's the line?
bookstore in the back room. Son, I need to take you to the great bookstore in the
Great
back
bookstore
room
in the
and
back
show you
room?
a few things. Yeah.
Hey, where is it? What's your problem, Zoom?
Hmm.
Don't you know we need 2 cameras for FlowState?
Yeah, the other art I was trying to work on was something for the PO box. We need to
Oh.
make some graphics, art and motion graphics to advertise the Weaving Spiders Welcome office, the post office box, a place where people can send stuff, send photos and physical art that they want to share with us. Postcards, if you're going on vacation, send us a postcard. What's the address again?
The address is 279. Let me look it up.
Yeah, we got to memorize this one. We have to come up with a jingle to put the address in. So it's memorable so everyone can remember it.
Somebody's
the
definitely got
8s.
some background noise going on there.
8675309.
Big loud scraping noises or something.
I think it's Alan.
Could be me. Is it me?
Oh, maybe.
Is that
And of
me?
course, I suspected Jim, but because I know Jim's in the shop, but yeah, it stopped now.
How about now? Is it back?
I don't hear it.
Nope.
It might have been for me. If I wasn't hearing it, it could have been for me. I'm gonna switch over to my other setup.
I wasn't hearing it either. But
Oh, that's
Do we have
weird.
any reading to begin with to listen to right away while we're all on mute and getting our audio figured out?
Well, I was still trying to get one more computer rolling, but it may not work because my internet's been pretty spotty. So I'll know here in just a moment. And if this one will just pop on, then after that, I could read for a little bit before we proceed to anything else.
Cool.
Hi, everybody.
Martin.
What's up, Martin? Welcome to the stream.
Thank you very much.
It looks like it's working.
Hey, what's that address I can send a postcard to? I'm going down to Missouri this weekend to see Snake Jones, it sounds like.
Sweet. Cool.
Excellent. Let me get that address then. I wrote it. My wallet.
You guys are gonna have so much fun.
Yeah, why don't you come down, Kaylee?
I was silly and let my passport expire, so I'm doing the paperwork to re-get that, but I have no idea how long that's gonna take. Cause
Oh, yeah,
Canada,
it takes a while.
Canada.
All right. Oh, Canada. Do you know the song?
Oh, Canada.
Canada. I heard that.
Hearing some beautiful ambient noise from someone's workshop. I wonder if that's the great bookshelf in the back room that Sean was telling
Yeah,
me
that's
about
mine.
earlier.
I'm sorry. That one is mine.
I'd love to open a closet door and walk in and realize it goes on forever. And it's just wall
Like
to wall,
Narnia?
floor to ceiling, bookshelves.
Oh, you just reminded me of a great idea I had when we first moved up here. We couldn't find a house, and so we were considering buying a condo. And here, let me turn both of these on. Join with. Oh, we don't need any audio on this one. Thank you. No audio, please. Thank you. We are live. Oh, nice.
So it's the address is Suite 279, 307 South 9th Avenue, Walla Walla, Washington, 99362.
Could you read it again, please? Sorry.
Yes, sir. It is Suite 279, 307 South 9th Avenue,
South what?
South 9th Avenue,
South 9th Ave.
Walla Walla, Washington, 99362.
99362. All right.
That's gonna be an epic postcard.
I haven't sent a postcard in ages.
Fun.
Awesome. I can't wait.
Yeah.
It shows up in the mailbox.
I got plans to send stuff that way too.
Sweet.
I have a story of a pet that died. We had a funeral. The best attended pet funeral I've ever been to. There's probably 20 people there. But
Wow.
It was Ace, the massive mastiff. What a wonderful dog he was. We buried him next to the big oak tree out back. It was beautiful, just a beautiful ceremony. And
This was recently?
2 years ago or so.
Okay.
Yeah, recent enough.
Yeah, no,
still-
I mean, it's a timeless event when you lose something you love forever, but it still just made me curious how soon that you'd had to experience this grief. My condolences for sure. Sounds like an awesome guy.
Oh, he was the best.
Don't
Just
cover up that poop
bad.
shirt.
Poop shirt?
You got
Oh,
a
yeah,
hot
hot
poop
poop.
shirt.
Yeah, Hot Poop is the best record store in all of the world.
Nice entrance, Chance.
Thank you.
And,
Really
and I
derailed
recommend
something
anyone that
touching, I'm
travels.
sure.
And this is, only my friend Jim McGuinn gets old T-shirts like this wonderful Lil Wayne T-shirt that I'm wearing, and then screen prints his logo on the back of them. It's pretty awesome.
He is quite a character.
It was just recently his birthday.
Oh, really? How old is
Yeah. I didn't ask. He's got to be getting close to 70.
Yeah,
Martin,
Jim
thanks for
McGuinn.
joining us tonight on the rant. Thanks for joining us on the rant, Martin.
Oh, hey, yeah, that was,
Oh,
that was
cool.
good. Getting in on the prime time. That was fun. Yeah. That Snake's quite a character, isn't he?
It's going to be so great to be around a fire in person.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait. It will be fun.
So here's that address again
Feed
for
some
anybody who needs to
chicken.
write it down.
love it.
Send some snail mail. Waving spiders welcome.
Speaking of
Sweet.
spiders, I want to show a new piece of treasure I just got. Screenshot that address. I just did.
Doing it.
Does it show the address enough? I might have to alter the motion graphics.
Oh, I knew I had a solution here.
I'm moving at a palatial snail pace tonight. This is the rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat party. Let's get weird and wild.
Oh, yeah, baby. Weird and wild.
Okay, so I just got this wood laser.
Ooh.
It's a laser cut wood amulet of a spider. I had to buy it because it was only $8.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they should charge more for their art, but I found this at an Age of Aquarius fair.
That is awesome.
Represent Spider Tribe.
Looks laser cut.
Yeah, it's like it's even kind of hairy. You can see
Yeah.
that. It's high detail.
That is super
Pretty sweet.
detailed. That's awesome. That is so cool.
Is that two pieces? They glue them together?
Looks like it. Looks like it because here's the back, and it's 2 layers. It's like 3D. It's like popping off the web.
Just like us.
Okay,
Popping off.
all right, I'm gonna go start doing art. Break time's over.
Back to the grind.
Back to
Garten.
So
Well,
Get grinded, Garten. Go.
who would like to read first?
I hope Martin.
This week.
Martin's been preparing multiple voices for tonight. He's been rehearsing.
I
it's
love
going to
it.
be a tough one. This French accent, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
Just pretend you have marbles. Just pretend you have marbles in your mouth.
Marble. That's good.
So smoke a cigarette. Eat a frog leg.
Exactly. Good to go.
No, this helps. Good. Keep doing it.
You're welcome.
You're French Canadian. Try very
Tabernacle.
hard to leave the rest of Canada. Tell the rest of Canada. Kiss my French ass.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Vive le not Canada.
How about I send you guys the script? You can read it.
Deal. That's a deal. If you want to copy paste it to me, you just have to mark out the parts where it's the French accent, and I'll read those.
Right on. What is that? Who's Monkey? Is that Gems?
I wish.
If I were to arrive in Jim's location and he had one or more of these, my level of shock would be 0. I would ask for their names. I would be so pleased. Are we allowed to touch them? Can I feed him?
The rat art party. That's what we do behind the scenes when we're chewing on the good gravy.
Go lay down, bud. My poor dog is so confused, you guys. He's like, all this time I've been waiting by the door, wondering what you're doing, and this is it? We just go outside to the other side of the door? There's nothing going on out here?
It's either portrait mode or landscape mode. So I'm trying to decide if I want to make art more in the widescreen format for the videos or more for sharing to the smartphone devices on Instagram?
Come on.
Yeah, speaking of Instagram, what was going on last week with all those trolls?
Oh, Jim dropped the link in on Twitter, and so
Yeah.
then a bunch of young people found it entertaining to attempt to harass us. Although one did stick around, decide not to harass us, and showed us an amazing project he was working on, wherein he had created an entire language, mostly from scratch. I don't remember what they called it. LangCon? Language construction? Conlang. Constructed
Something like
language.
that. Yeah. The art
Yeah, so
of
he-
constructed languages. Yeah.
So he was cool that he did that. We were happy.
Good. Glad something good came out of that. Yeah, that
I
was
still
weird.
I still commend Jim for dropping the link. I think it was the right thing to do. I don't think we should do it every week, but
Give it a try. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it
anyone
was
listening
awesome.
is welcome to join.
Spice it up, you know? Just a little bit of spice for the life. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Italian?
No, that was
That
good.
was pretty good actually.
You gotta kind of talk like you're a rat. And maybe your name is Vinny or Vicente or Vincenzo or something like that. But I gotta talk like I got acorns up in my cheeks. Sure, you know, maybe it's a squirrely kind of a guy.
Oh yeah, probably have to turn this on. huh?
Good one, Alan. Yeah, Kaylee, I want to hear some more of that New York accent.
I don't know if
Celestine prophecies.
I don't know if Phil comes back into the story again.
Write him back in.
He doesn't. I don't think he does. We're
I
gonna
think
need
he
you to
was
make
that
some
one.
edits.
But I could make the next guy have a random Brooklyn accent.
Yeah, if the character is introduced with no specific accent indicated, you know what to default to.
Make your go to my Rocky voice. Okay, done. I can do that.
Yo, Adrian, that's Philly.
There's Italian people in Philly, isn't there? Don't you guys think there's Italians in Philly?
Probably. I don't know.
Definitely.
Kaylee
No.
quietly
all I know is-
defaulting to her Canadian status. She's like, I don't know anything about Philadelphia, you guys.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm like, all I know is it's butter. Butter.
Butter.
Butter.
Pass the butter.
Butter. It's better. Butter. I can make the next accent a hardcore Canadian one.
Can you make some
What's the
chilling
hardest core
sounds?
Canadian accent?
Well, see, that depends. You could make it like maritime, which you can't understand, especially if they're drunk.
Oh, you mean like sailor fisherman types?
Yeah,
Maritime accent.
Newfie. It's called Newfoundlandese.
Newfoundlandese.
Yeah,
Newfie.
Newfoundlandese. I don't even know if I can imitate it. I know I'm gonna have to try. Shit.
What's the accent for someone who lives in Walla Walla? Walla Walla Walla.
Just a Pacific Northwest accent.
Just taking care of the
what we-
bird.
We talk
It's taking care of the
real
bird.
slow here.
Well, that
Taking care of the bird.
is,
Are we talking here?
It's going to
I
be.
I think we're getting the Newfie maritime here.
You're getting the Newfoundlandese. You're taking the car to the bar. I buy his bills boat. I buy sales it. I buy catch fish. Takes one to Liza.
This is great.
There you go. That's Newfoundlandese.
That was
You're
really
welcome.
good. That was really good. Thank you. I can't believe how good that was.
You're
What
welcome.
was that?
So send us your best. Weaving Spiders welcome, Suite 279-307 South 9th Avenue, Walla Walla, Washington 99362. Send us your best.
Send gold.
Slow snail mail.
In gold.
Then go.
Surprise us with your best.
Send pennies minted pre 1982.
Ooh.
Yeah, we want the copper pennies.
Yeah, you want
Just
that
like mine.
Melt.
Like
Wait.
my copper watering pot here. It's got my water in it for when I need art water. The art water pours out, perfectly structured for art.
Beautiful.
Art kettle. I'm gonna screen share something. Give me a second to find it.
Go lay down, Puck. You want to go inside, bud? You want to go back inside?
Is that Pugsley? Pugsley?
Yeah, Baja is just looking at me like, is anything important? I've even given him like 2 things to chew on, and he's still just standing here staring at me like, this is it? Serious?
It's
All
ready
this
to go,
buildup?
eh?
That's all you got, Pops. Come on, dude. Go lay down.
Anyone have their reading prepared?
Here, you want to be under the desk? Come
I'm
on.
ready.
Yes,
You wanna hear
Martin,
it?
yes.
We are ready to
Alright.
receive.
Good.
Go lay down.
Right.
Good dog. There you go.
We're ready for you.
Get your art utensils out.
I've already got them.
I'm working on it.
All right. Chapter 6,
Oh, let me mute.
book 1 of Zanoni. Précepteurs ignorants de ce faible univers. Ignorant teachers of this weak world. Oh, hey, I was gonna ask, I did that, kind of had a last week, I did that, the hippogriff guide voice. I kind of like it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I do my normal voice, Marty voice, or Martin? Some people call me Marty. I'll let you guys. Or do the normal one or that voice I did last week as the narrator. What do you guys think?
Your
Whichever-
voices are fantastic.
Whichever voice brings
Yeah.
you the most joy.
Okay.
You
From
know?
a practical perspective, maybe the voice that gives the least pain.
Great
Yeah.
advice.
Great advice. Yeah.
Don't struggle, just let the art flow.
Okay. Here we go.
Ricola lozenges standing by.
My new.
Ricola.
Nous étions à table chez un de nos confrères à l'Académie, grand seigneur et homme d'esprit. We supped with one of our confreres of the Academy, a great nobleman and wit. One evening at Paris, several months after the date of our last chapter, there was a reunion of some of the most eminent wits of the time at the house of a personage distinguished alike by noble birth and liberal accomplishments. Nearly all present were of the views that were then the mode. For as came afterwards a time when nothing was so unpopular as the people, so that was the time when nothing was so vulgar as aristocracy. The airiest fine gentleman and the haughtiest noble prated of equality and lisped enlightenment. Among the more remarkable guests were Condorcet, then in the prime of his reputation, the correspondent of the King of Prussia, the intimate of Voltaire, the member of half the academies of Europe, noble by birth, polished in manners, republican in opinion. There too was the venerable Malesherbes, l'amour et le délice de la nation, the idol and delight of the nation. There Jean-Sylvain Bailly, the accomplished scholar, the aspiring politician. It was one of those petite super, for which the capital of all social pleasures was so renowned. The conversation, as might be expected, was literary and intellectual, enlivened by graceful pleasantry. Many of the ladies of that ancient and proud noblesse, for the noblesse yet existed, though its hours were already numbered, added to the charm of the society, and theirs were the boldest criticisms and often the most liberal sentiments. Vain labor for me, vain labor almost for the grave English language, to do justice to the sparkling paradoxes that flew from lip to lip. The favorite theme was the superiority of the moderns to the ancients. Condorcet on this head was eloquent, and to some at least of his audience, most convincing. That Voltaire was greater than Homer, few there were disposed to deny. Keen was the ridicule lavished on the dull pedantry which finds everything ancient necessarily sublime. Yet, said the graceful Marquis de, as the champagne danced to his glass, more ridiculous still is the superstition that finds everything incomprehensible. Holy. But intelligence circulates, Condorcet, like water. It finds its level. My hairdresser said to me this morning, though I am but a poor fellow, I believe as little as the finest gentleman. Unquestionably, the great revolution draws near to its final completion. A pas des géants, as Montesquieu said of his own immortal work. Then there rushed from all, wit and noble, courtier and republican, a confused chorus, harmonious only in its anticipation of the brilliant things to which the great revolution was to give birth. Here Condorcet is more eloquent than before. Il faut absolument que la superstition et le fantasme fassent place à la philosophie. It must necessarily happen that superstition and fanaticism give place to philosophy. Kings persecute persons. Excusez-moi. Kings persecute persons. Priests opinion. Without kings, men must be safe. And without priests, minds must be free. Ah, murmured the Marquis, and as Sécher Diderot has so well sung, et des boyaux de dernier petre serait le coup du dernier roi, and throttle the neck of the last king with the string from the bowels of the last priest. And then, resumed Condorcet, then commences the age of reason, equality in instruction, equality in institutions, equality in wealth. The great impediments to knowledge are first, the want of common language, and next, the short duration of existence. But as to the first, when all men are brothers, why not a universal language? As to the second, the organic perfectibility of the vegetable world is undisputed. Is nature less powerful in the nobler existence of thinking man? The very destruction of two the most active causes of physical deterioration here, luxurious wealth, there abject penury. most necessarily prolong the general term of life. The art of medicine will then be honored in the place of war, which is the art of murder. The noblest study of the acutest minds will be devoted to the discovery and arrest of the causes of disease. Sound familiar? Life, I grant, cannot be made eternal, but it may be prolonged almost indefinitely. And as the meaner animal bequeaths its own vigor to its offspring, so man shall transmit his improved organization, mental and physical, to his sons. Oh, yes, to such a consummation does our age approach. The venerable Malesherbes sighed. Perhaps he feared the consummation might not come in time for him. The handsome Marquis de and the ladies, yet handsomer than he, looked conviction and delight. But two men there were seated next to each other who joined not in the general talk. The one, a stranger newly arrived in Paris, where his wealth, his person, and his accomplishments had already made him remarked and courted. The other, an old man, somewhere about 70, the witty and virtuous, brave and still light-hearted Cazot, the author of Le Diable Amour. Amoureux, excusez-moi. These two conversed familiarly and apart from the rest, and only by an occasional smile testified their attention to the general conversation. Yes, said the stranger. Yes, we have met before. I thought I could not forget your countenance, yet I task in vain my recollection of the past. I will assist you. Recall the time when, led by curiosity, or perhaps the nobler desire of knowledge, you sought initiation into the mysterious order of the Martine de Pasquali. And then there's a long side note here about the Martine. It is so recorded of Cazot, of Martine de Pasquali, little is known. Even the country to which he belonged is a matter of conjecture. Equally so, the rites, ceremonies, and nature of the Kabbalistic order he established. Saint Martin was a disciple of the school, and that, at least, is in its favor, for in spite of his mysticism, no man more beneficent, generous, pure, and virtuous than Saint Martin adorned the last century. Above all, no man more distinguished himself from the herd of skeptical philosophers by the gallantry and fervor with which he combated materialism and vindicated the necessity of faith amidst a chaos of unbelief. It may also be observed that Cazot, whatever else he learned of the Brotherhood of Martins, learned nothing that diminished the excellence of his life and sincerity of his religion. At once gentle and brave, he never ceased to oppose the excesses of the revolution. To the last, unlike the liberals of his time, he was a devout and sincere Christian. Before his execution, he demanded a pen and paper to write these words: Ma femme, mes enfants, ne me pleurez pas, ne m'oubliez pas, mais souvenez-vous surtout de ne jamais offenser Dieu. My wife, my children, weep not for me, Forget me not, but remember above everything, never to offend God. Ah, is it possible you are one of that theurgic brotherhood? Nay, I attend their ceremonies, but see how vainly they sought to revive the ancient marvels of the Kabbalah. Such studies please you. I have shaken off the influence they once had on my own imagination. You have not shaken it off, returned the stranger gravely. It is on you still. You at this hour. It beats in your heart. It kindles in your reason. It will speak in your tongue. And then, with yet a lower voice, the stranger continued to address him, to remind him of certain ceremonies and doctrines, to explain and enforce them by references to the actual experience and history of his listener, which Kazot thrilled to find so familiar to a stranger. Gradually, the old man's pleasing and benevolent countenance grew overcast, and he turned from time to time, searching, curious, uneasy glances towards his companion. The charming Duchess D.G. archly pointed out to the lively guest the abstracted air and clouded brow of the poet, and Condorcet, who liked no one else to be remarked when he himself was present, said to Cazot, well, what do you predict of the revolution? How, at least, will it affect us? At that question, Cazot started. His cheeks grew pale. Large drops stood in his forehead. His lips writhed. His gay companions gazed on him in surprise. Speak, whispered the stranger, laying his hand gently upon the arm of the old wit. At that word, Cazot's face grew locked and rigid. His eyes dwelt vacantly on space, and in a low, hollow voice, he thus answered. How, you ask how it will affect yourselves? You? Its most learned and its least selfish agents? I will answer. You, Marquis de Condorcet, will die in prison, but not by the hand of the executioner. In the peaceful happiness of that day, the philosopher will carry about with him not the elixir, but the poison. My poor Cazot, said Condorcet with his gentle smile, what have prisons, executioners, and poison to do with an age of liberty and brotherhood? It is in the names of liberty and brotherhood that the prisons will reek and the headsmen be glutted. You are thinking of priestcraft, not philosophy, Cazot, said Champfort. And what of me? You will open your own veins to escape the fraternity of Cain. Be comforted. The last drops will not follow the razor. For you, Venerable Malesherbet, for you, Aymar Nicolai, for you, Learned Bailly, I see them dressed the scaffold. And all the while, O great philosophers, your murderers will have no word but philosophy on their lips. The hush was complete and universal when the pupil of Voltaire, the prince of the academic skeptics, Hot La Harpe cried with a sarcastic laugh, do not flatter me, O prophet. By exemption from the fate of my companions, shall I have no part to play in this drama of your fantasies? At this question, Cazotte's countenance lost its unnatural expression of awe and sternness. The sardonic humor most common to it came back and played in his brightening eyes. Yes, Lahart, the most wonderful part of all, you will become a Christian. This was too much for the audience that a moment before seemed grave and thoughtful, and they burst into immoderate fit of laughter, while Cazotte, as if exhausted by his prediction, sunk back in his chair and breathed hard and heavily. Nay, said Madame de G, you who have predicted such grave things concerning us must prophesy something also about yourself. A conclusive tremor shook the involuntary prophet. It passed and left his countenance elevated by an expression of resignation and calm. Madame, said he, after a long pause, during the siege of Jerusalem, we are told by its historian that a man, for 7 successive days, went round the ramparts, exclaiming, woe to thee, Jerusalem, woe to myself. Well, Cazotte, well. And on the 7th day, while he thus spoke, a stone from the machines of the Romans dashed him into atoms. With these words, Cazotte rose, and the guests, awed in spite of themselves, shortly afterwards, broke up and retired. End of chapter 6.
Wow.
That's exciting.
Yeah, kind of. Well,
thank you, Martin.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's kind of like off the track, right? Well, what are they doing in Paris? What are they doing here? You'll find out.
That felt like some hardcore foreshadowing right there.
Well, yeah, because the first story was the guy with the violin and his daughter, and then he got on a beast and flew away, right? If I remember correctly.
Well, it wasn't Pisani that got on the hippogriff. That was just he was just the narrator, I guess, or somebody.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. That was a special appearance, the hippogriff guy. Yeah, I like that voice. That one kind of, I had to go into my, atavistic past to search that one out, my Welsh background.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I like that. I've been using that one just in my everyday. I talk to my cat and my dog with that voice.
So the link to the Zoom room is available on our Weaving Spiders Welcome channel on Telegram. You can access that at t.me/s/waving spiders. The link is in the YouTube chat. You can click that. It opens in your web browser. No Telegram software required, no accounts required. That's where I post the link to the Zoom room, which is open now. And you can hear me announce this.
Somebody's making a lot of noise.
Yeah, it's you, friend.
I'm going to switch over to a better microphone. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that. This headset is just not working for me. This is our sound test tonight, and we're testing our.
I was going to blame Sean.
The more I speak, the more pain I inflict. So
oh, wait, no, I'm not muted. I'm muted now. But it wasn't me.
So, Martin, that last line about the man upon the walls of Jerusalem for 7 days.
Yeah.
And how he disintegrated into atoms.
Right.
That was amazing. That reminds me of part of the Gospel of Thomas, Thomas gets pulled. Christ asks the disciples for them to describe how they see the Christ. And Thomas is the only one of the disciples who says, my words are unable to match my vision of you. And so the Christ pulls Thomas aside and says 3 magical words to him. And then Thomas comes back to the group of disciples and they're like, yo, man, what'd he say? What did he say? And Thomas, he says to them, I could not dare to utter but a single word of what the master has said to me. For if I were to tell you, then you would forge stones from your mouth and cast them upon me and consume me in a violent flame. And that's what that triggered in me, was just that little very unique aspect of the Gospel of Thomas. It kind of insinuates that Thomas has the magical key ingredient somewhere baked into his gospel. But that's just strangely what that reminded me of: the stones being cast and consuming somebody with a flame.
I want to add to that, Gabriel. I was just reading some more of that book, Shaman Healer Sage, that had the stories about the shape-shifting Danya Laura. I read a little bit of that on a past FlowState. And he was describing in one chapter the chakra conceptualization that the South American medicine traditions held.
Oh, yeah.
And the chakras above the crown, there was an 8th one and a 9th one above it. And the highest layer of the energy body, the 9th chakra, it was very mysterious in terms of what it was and how it expressed. And the main quality of that chakra being active was actually the ability to keep a secret.
Whoa. How's the sound on my end now?
All good.
That's better.
Much better. Welcome. We have a new guest tonight. Zerloth, say hello to us if you like.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going well. Much better that you're here with us.
Nice.
How'd you find us?
It was, I want to say it was one of the last times you had Benjamin Balderson on, because I'm a fan of his work and we talk.
Very nice. Welcome.
Oh, hello, good soul.
Yeah. I figured everybody was doing their craft stuff. I just finished some exercise and dinner, and I was gonna jam on my guitar. So as long as I can keep it muted, I thought maybe that'd be my thing while everybody's telling their stories and stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, welcome to the FlowState. We appreciate anything that you're able to contribute.
Yeah. I'll keep my ears open and tune in when I find my wave.
Sure. If you have any questions for anyone now, would be a good time to ask.
Yeah, and I appreciate the Astro chat when we throw down astrology in the chat. I like that.
Yeah. Were we talking astrology in the chat on the last one that I was here for in the chat room? Yeah. That was some good stuff. I'm enjoying a Mercury return right now. So where everybody like is tripping balls, Mercury and Pisces. It's just like, hi, welcome to my house.
That's where my Mercury's at too.
Yeah, exactly. This is so this kind of thing works for it. And yeah, especially with my moon in because in Vedic, I'm sitting in the Mula. That's galactic center.
Okay, yeah. I like that you know your nakshatras. That's sweet.
Yeah. I work with both the charts. I'm not an astrologer, but I at least look at my personal astrology.
Totally. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I think it's a great tool for people. And like that's how I started, just obsessively looking at my chart in every system I could. So heck
Hmm.
yeah. Nice. Stuff.
I've been working on the art. I think I've already shown these a few times. But there's always people new to the stream, so repeat the share again. We have the ability to send snail mail to spiders. Any spider you wish to send snail mail to, send it to Weaving Spiders Welcome Suite 279 307 South 9th Avenue, Walla Walla, Washington 99362. And you can say care of on the address label or inside the letter or the package or whatever you send. You can write the name of the spider, and then the spider will receive the care package. Any love you wish to send any spider, fan mail, whatever it is, send it to the Weaving Spiders Welcome Office, Suite 279 307 South 9th Avenue, Walla Walla, Washington 99362. And welcome to the art party.
Who would like to read next? Would you guys like me to do the next chapter on Celestine?
Yeah.
I'd love to hear that.
Sweet. Okay, I can do that.
Please do. That
Um,
would be that's a
Can
great
I
book.
steal a moment to screen share something?
yes, do that. I'm
Art,
gonna
art
drink water.
related? Okay. Let me find it first. Here we go. Okay. I bet a lot of you guys have already seen this, but this was a gift for my birthday. This edit, my favorite book series as a kid, Animorphs. So I feel like it's relevant because it's a book.
That's awesome.
And our friend Jenny B made this. She's an amazing graphic designer. But what she didn't realize is that the cover that she based this one off of, which is from number 26, which was my favorite in the whole series, actually, of the all 52.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Yeah. it
Could
was a
you
great
zoom in
scene.
on that tongue? I want to see that tiger tongue. That's wild. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, let's just zoom in on the whole transition.
Look at that. Oh,
It's
so
really
now
something.
we need
This is
ghostwriters
Books.
to
it's
make
as
this
good
book
as the
real.
original book art.
That
Maybe
is so
better.
glorious.
What is the story like when you turn the page and you begin to read the story? What is the story of Chances Necessary?
Well, this is from issue 26, and on the front it actually says change is necessary, but she altered it
Okay.
cleverly.
Sweet.
In this issue,
Oh,
Did he
I think
he
he
did
accidentally
accidentally
closed.
leave?
It's all right.
He anamorphed.
Oh no. Tiger Paws took over.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he transformed a lot faster than I would have predicted.
He transformed.
Transformed. Transformers more than meets the eye. Of course, we're all shocked if Chance makes any kind of producerial faux pas because it's just he's pro, man. He's the pro. So
Well, this is our test run for our Saturday night show. We test our technology on Wednesday nights, so it works better on Saturday nights.
yeah, and in a way, this is our way of honoring the 3-hour perpetual sound check of Art's only picture show that Jim and I used to host. That way, if Alan's headset is making a crumpling noise,
Yeah,
we
well,
figure it
no, you
out.
can tell me.
We tell Alan, and then on Saturday, hopefully he doesn't forget and accidentally still bring the same piece of equipment.
Yeah, Kaylee's microphone is sounding a lot better tonight. We got some good feedback about that.
Good. I'm glad.
Sounds much better. Yeah,
Good microphone feedback.
good feedback into the microphone.
I used to be threatened to be kicked
Transformation.
out of karaoke bars for intentionally creating feedback with the microphones.
Yeah, apparently my headphones really sucked. Chance, you're back.
Yeah,
Welcome
I
back,
accidentally left the Zoom instead of quitting the screen share.
You know,
You transformed into zeros and ones.
if someone wants to send someone, a spider, a new microphone or a new mouse or something, there's a P.O. box that they could send equipment to improve the spider situation. That would be a great use of a
Good
P.O.
idea.
box.
I actually have a mic in the mail. Should be here the next couple days.
That's excellent mic feedback.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the best mic feedback. New mic.
Anyone has a company that sells audio equipment and needs spiders to test the equipment and write reviews, we have a P.O. box for that. Send us stuff, samples, dog food, peanut butter, anything, shampoo, conditioner. We'll test it on animals. We're the animals.
Audio, video production equipment, especially though, I will write you professional quality reviews, even if your stuff sucks.
I'm out of peanut butter, so that's a great idea.
Man, I love peanut butter, but I hate when I run out of it.
I heard that you can transmute pickles into peanut butter pretty easily, Chance.
I'm fresh out of pickles.
I've heard that
You're out of both?
cucumbers could be transmuted into pickles, but I've missed a few steps in how it becomes peanut butter.
So this is Peril on the Path of 33. No pickles, no peanut butter.
The secrets of the alchemists revealed.
I'm not really a big pickle guy.
Recipe book.
I was eating it for my midnight snack last night. I don't know if you
Pickles
guys
and
heard
peanut
that.
butter?
Yeah,
Awesome.
absolutely.
I've been known to jerk in my gherkin around the midnight hour, open the fridge and freeze.
I think I tried pickles and peanut butter for the first time here on this broadcast because of a man named Alan Marcus. Although I have my
When I was a
suspicions.
kid, jerking my gherkin meant something way different. At least with people I knew.
Still means that.
I never
still means
know what
that
these
too.
euphemisms mean to anybody else but me.
Still means that you might be caught in a pickle in the bedroom or something.
Does anyone lay a sleeping bag out in the kitchen around the
It means
23rd
you
to
caught a
24th
pickle.
of December to catch Christmas or Chris Kringle, because he's been known to steal cookies.
So, Celestine prophecies.
Save us.
The one brave young lady decides to barge in and be like, all right, enough dick jokes, y'all. Let's listen to this book.
You guys are done now. My turn.
This is where Sean mutes.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ugh, I'm warm. Okay, so the next chapter, Celestine Prophecy, is called The Message of the Mystics. So up until this point, we have come across 4 of the insights, I believe. Is it 4? So we understand how humanity is progressing, how things are changing, how we're restless and in need of a spiritual revival, I guess you could say. We can see auras. We understand that the first step in order to see the flow of energy is to recognize that first you see the beauty of it, and then you begin to see the actual energy that's around it. The main character has gone to this really cool place in Peru where they were actually studying the effects of this. And then he left that place, and then a bunch of chaos happened. So, and here we are. That was that was kind of terrible, but that's okay. All right. So, Message of the Mystics. Oh yes, and in the last chapter, a theme that came up was relationships and the energy vampire thing that happens with relationships, where when you're fighting, trying to better somebody, you end up trying to like steal their energy. But also they addressed romantic relationships as well, but we haven't really fleshed that idea out yet. We just kind of touched on it. So
I missed the reading last time, but as I recall from that book, the real value in that chapter was how it's categorizing energy vampirism into the different styles.
Yeah, pretty
So
much.
you have the intimidator style, you have the poor me style, the interrogator, and the aloof style. So depending on how you were subjected to manipulative behavior when you were young, you would probably take on one of these postures. Like the interrogator parent will create an aloof child typically. The intimidator parent will often create a poor me child. There's a lot of overlap and we all can employ it, all the different styles. But I remember whenever I learned this, I started to see it everywhere, and it really helped me see it in myself and curb some of that unconscious manipulative programming that we often
Would you
wield
say
against
it
each
lines
other.
up with the Enneagram? Because that's a lot like the way they use Enneagram in family dynamics and counseling, and as a way to kind of hone in on your own and other people's flaws, defects, or lacks of character in certain areas. So that's just, I've never read this book, so it's really exciting to me to get to hear it finally, because I always intended to read it and never did, but I didn't know that it has that correlation, I guess is a way to say it.
Yeah, it's deep. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna mute again.
Message of the Mystics. The next morning I awoke as soon as I heard Will stirring. We had spent the night at a house belonging to one of his friends, and Will was sitting up in a cot across the room, dressing quickly. It was still dark outside. "Let's get packed," he whispered. We gathered our clothes and made several trips out to the Jeep with some extra supplies Will had bought. The center of town was only a few hundred yards away, but few lights penetrated the darkness. Dawn was but a streak of lighter sky towards the east. Other than a few birds signaling the impending morning, there were no sounds. When we finished, I stayed with the Jeep while Will spoke briefly with his friend, who stood sleepily on the porch while we completed our packing. Suddenly we heard noise at the crossroads. We could see lights of 3 trucks as they drove into the corner of the town and stopped. "That could be Jensen," Will said. Let's walk over there and see what they're doing, but carefully." We made our way across several streets and into an alley that entered the main road about 100 feet from the trucks. 2 of the vehicles were being filled with fuel and the other was parked in front of the store. 4 or 5 people stood nearby. I saw Marjorie walk out of the store and place something in the truck there, then walk casually towards us, gazing into the adjacent shops. "Walk over there and see if you can get her to come with us," Will whispered. "I'll wait for you here." I slipped around the corner, and as I walked towards her, I was horrified. Behind her, in front of the store, I noticed for the first time that several of Jensen's men carried automatic weapons. A few moments later, my fright intensified. In the street across from me, armed soldiers crouched low and slowly approached Jensen's group. At the exact time Marjorie saw me, Jensen's men saw the others and scattered. A burst of machine gun fire filled the air. Marjorie looked at me with terror in her eyes. I rushed forward and grabbed her. We ducked into the next alley. More shots were being fired amid angry shouting in Spanish. We tripped over a pile of empty cartons and fell, our faces almost touching. "Let's go," I said, jumping to my feet. She struggled up, then pulled me down again, nodding ahead to the end of the alley. 2 men with weapons were hiding with their backs to us, looking down the next street. We froze. Finally, the men raced across the street to the wooded area beyond. I knew we had to get back to the house of Wilson's friend, to the Jeep. I was sure Will would go there. We crept carefully to the next street. Angry shouting and gunfire could be heard towards the right, but we could see no one. I looked left, nothing there either, and no sign of Will. I figured he had run ahead of us. "Let's run across to the woods," I said to Marjorie, who was now alert and looking determined. Then I continued, "We'll stay along the edge of the woods and bear left. The Jeep is parked in that direction." "Okay," she said. We crossed the street quickly and made our way to within 100 feet or so of the house. The Jeep was still there, but we could see no movement anywhere. As we prepared to dash across the last street to the house, a military vehicle turned a corner to our left and proceeded slowly towards the dwelling. Simultaneously, Will ran across the yard, started the Jeep, and sped away in the opposite direction. The vehicle pursued. Damn, I said. What do we do now? Marjorie said, panic returning to her face. More shots were being fired in the streets ahead of us, closer this time. Ahead, the forest thickened and inclined up the ridge which towered over the town and ran north and south. It was the same ridge I had seen from the looktop earlier. Let's get to the top, I said. Hurry. We climbed several hundred yards up the ridge. At an overlook, we stopped and looked back towards the town. Military vehicles seemed to be pouring into the crossroads, and numerous soldiers were conducting what seemed to be a house-to-house search. Below us, at the base of the ridge, I could hear muffled voices. We rushed further up the mountain. All we could do now was run. We followed the ridge north all morning, stopping only to crouch down when a vehicle traveled along the ridge parallel to us on the left. Most of the traffic was the same steel gray military jeep we'd seen before, but occasionally a civilian vehicle would pass. Ironically, the road provided a lone landmark and point of security against the wilderness all around us. Ahead, the two ridges grew closer together and more steeply sloped. Jagged outcroppings of rock protected the valley floor between. Suddenly, from the north, we saw a jeep like Will's approach, then turned quickly into a side road which looped down into the valley. It looks like Will, I said, straining to see. Let's get down there, Marjorie said. Wait a minute. What if it's a trap? What if they've captured him and are using the jeep to lure us out? Her face fell. You stay here, I said. I'll go down there and you watch me. If everything's okay, then I'll motion for you to follow. Reluctantly, she agreed, and I started down the steep mountain towards the spot where the jeep had parked. Through the foliage, I could vaguely see someone get out of the vehicle, but couldn't quite see who it was. Holding onto small bushes and trees, I worked my way between the outcroppings, occasionally sliding down in the thick humus. Finally, the vehicle was directly across from me on the opposite slope, perhaps 100 yards away. The driver, leaning against the rear fender, was still obscured. I moved to my right to get a better look. It was Will. I rushed further to my right and felt myself slide. At the last minute, I reached for a tree trunk and pulled myself back up. My stomach twisted with fright. Below me was a sheer drop of 30 feet or more. I had barely avoided killing myself. Still holding the tree, I stood up and tried to gain Will's attention. He was surveying the ridge above my head, and then his eyes dropped and he looked right at me. He jerked up and walked towards me in the bushes. I pointed down the steep gorge. He surveyed the valley floor, then called me. I don't see a way across. You'll have to move down the valley and cross there. I nodded and was about to signal Marjorie when I heard a vehicle approaching in the distance. Will jumped into his jeep and sped back towards the main road. I hurried up the hill. I could see Marjorie through the foliage walking towards me. Suddenly, from the area behind her came loud shouts in Spanish and the sound of people running. Marjorie hid below a rock overhang. I changed directions, running as quietly as I could to the left. As I ran, I searched for a view of Marjorie through the trees. Just as I caught sight of her, she screamed loudly as two soldiers grabbed her arms and forced her to stand. I continued to run up the slope, keeping low, her look of panic frozen in my mind. Once at the top of the ridge, I headed north again, my heart pounding with terror and panic. After running more than a mile, I stopped and listened. I could hear no movement or talking behind me. Laying flat on my back, I tried to relax and think clearly, but the awful specter of Marjorie's capture was overwhelming. Why did I ask her to remain on the ridge alone? What should I do now? I sat up, took a deep breath, and gazed over at the road on the other ridge. I had seen no traffic while I was running. Again, I listened intently. Nothing except the usual forest sounds. Slowly, I began to calm down. After all, Marjorie had only been captured. She was guilty of nothing except running from gunfire. Probably she would be detained only until her identity as a legitimate scientist could be established. Once more I headed north, my back aching slightly. I felt dirty and tired, and pangs of hunger erupted in my stomach. For 2 hours, I walked without thinking and without seeing anyone. Then, from the slope to my right, I heard sounds of running. I froze and listened again, but the sounds had stopped. Here the trees were larger, shielding the ground below from the sun, thinning the underbrush. I could see 50 or 60 yards. Nothing moved. I walked past a large boulder on my right and several trees, stepping as softly as possible. 3 other massive outcroppings lay along my path, and I moved past 2 of them. Still no movement. I walked around the 3rd boulder. Twigs cracked behind me. I turned around slowly. There, next to the rock, was the bearded man I had seen at Jensen's farm, his eyes wild, panicked, his arm shaking as he pointed an automatic weapon at my stomach. He seemed to be struggling to remember me. "Wait a minute," I stammered. "I know Jensen." He looked at me more closely and lowered the weapon. Then from the woods behind us, we heard the sounds of someone moving. The bearded man ran past me towards the north, holding the rifle in one hand. Instinctively, I followed. Both of us were running as fast as we could, dodging limbs and rocks and occasionally glancing back. After several hundred yards, he stumbled and I raced past him. I collapsed between 2 rocks to rest and to look back, trying to detect movement. I saw a lone soldier, 50 yards away, raise his rifle towards the huge man, who was struggling to his feet. Before I could utter a warning, the soldier fired. The man's chest exploded as bullets tore through from the rear, splattering me with blood. An echo of rifle fire filled the air. For an instant he stood motionless, his eyes glazed, then his body arched forward and fell. I reacted blindly, running north again, away from the soldier, keeping the trees between me and the area from which the bullets had come. The ridge grew constantly more rugged and rocky and began to incline dramatically upwards. My entire body shook with exhaustion and terror as I struggled up the spaces between the outcroppings. At one point, I slipped and dared to glance backwards. The soldier was approaching the body. I slithered around a rock just as the soldier looked up, seemingly right at me. I stayed low to the ground and crawled past several other boulders. Then the slope of the ridge leveled off, blocking the soldier's view, so I jumped to my feet again, running as fast as I could between the rocks and trees. My mind was numb. Escape was all I could think of. Though I didn't dare look back, I was sure I heard the soldier running behind me. The ridge inclined ahead, and I fought my way up, my strength beginning to wane. At the top of the rise, the ground leveled out and was thick with tall trees and lush undergrowth. Rising behind them was a sheer rock face that I had to scale delicately, searching for hands and footholds as I proceeded. I struggled to the top, and my heart fell at the sight before me. A drop-off of 100 feet or more blocked my way. I could go no further. I was doomed, finished. Rocks slid along the outcropping behind me, indicating the soldier was closing fast. I sank to my knees. I was exhausted, spent, and with a final sigh, I released the last of my fight, accepting my fate. Soon I knew the bullets would come, and interestingly, as an end to the terror, death seemed almost a welcome relief. As I waited, my mind flashed to childhood Sundays and to the innocent contemplation of God. What would it be like, death? I tried to open myself to the experience. After a long period of waiting, during which I had no concept of time, I suddenly became aware that nothing had happened. I looked around and noticed for the first time that I was positioned on the highest peak of the mountain. Other ridges and cliffs fell away from this point, leaving me with a panoramic view in all directions. A movement caught my eye. There, far down the slope towards the south, walking casually away from me, was a soldier, the gun belonging to Jensen's man slung across one arm. The sight warmed my body and filled me with ripples of silent laughter. I had somehow survived. I turned and sat cross-legged and savored the euphoria. I wanted to stay here forever. The day was brilliant with sunshine and blue sky. As I sat there, I was struck by the closeness of the purple hills in the distance, or rather, the feeling that they were close. The same perception applied to the few puffs of white cloud drifting overhead. I felt as I could reach out and touch them with my hand. As I reached up towards the sky, I noticed something different about the way my body felt. My arm had glided upward with incredible ease, and I was holding my back, neck, and head perfectly straight with absolutely no effort. From my position, sitting cross-legged, I stood up without using my arms and stretched. The feeling was one of total lightness. Looking at the distant mountains, I noticed that a daytime moon had been out and was about to set. It looked to be about a quarter full and hung over the horizon like an inverted bowl. Instantly, I understood why it had that shape. The sun, millions of miles directly above me, was shining only on the top of the sinking moon. I could perceive the exact line between the sun and the lunar surface, and this recognition somehow extended my consciousness outward even further. I could imagine the moon below the horizon and the exact reflected shape it would present to those who lived further west, and could still see it. Then I imagined how it would look if it was directly under me on the other side of the planet. To the people there, it would appear full, because the sun over my head would shine past the earth and strike the moon squarely. This picture sent a rush of sensation up my spine, and my back seemed to straighten even more as I conceived, no, I experienced, the same amount of space commonly felt over my head as also existing under my feet on the other side of the globe. For the first time in my life, I knew the Earth's roundness not as an intellectual concept, but as an actual sensation. At one level, this awareness excited me, but at another, it seemed perfectly ordinary and natural. All I wanted to do was immerse myself in the feeling of being suspended, floating, amid a space that existed in all directions. Rather than having to push myself away from the earth with my legs as I stood there, resisting the earth's gravity, I now felt as though I was held up by some inner buoyancy, as though it was filled like a balloon with just enough helium to hover above the ground and barely touch it with my feet. It was similar to being in perfect athletic condition as after a year of intense exercise, only far more coordinated and light. I sat down again on the rock, and again everything seemed close. The rugged outcrop on which I was sitting, the tall trees further down the slope, and the other mountains on the horizon. And as I watched the limbs of the trees sway gently in the breeze, I experienced not just a visual perception of the event, but a physical sensation as well, as if the limbs moving in the wind were hairs on my body. I perceived everything to be somehow a part of me. As I sat on the peak of the mountain looking out at the landscape falling away from me in all directions, it felt exactly as if what I had always known as my physical body was only the head of a much larger body consisting of everything else I could see. I experienced the entire universe looking out on itself through my eyes. This perception induced a flash of memory. My mind raced backwards in time, past the beginning of my trip to Peru, past my childhood and my birth. The realization was present that my life did not, in fact, begin with my conception and birth on this planet. It began much earlier with the formation of the rest of me, my real body, the universe itself. The science of evolution had always bored me, but now, as my mind continued to race backwards in time, all the things I had read on the subject began to come back to me, including conversations with a friend who had resembled Renault. I recalled that this was the field he was interested in, evolution. All knowledge seemed to merge with actual memories. Somehow I was recalling what had happened, and the recollection allowed me to look to evolution in a new way. I watched as the first matter exploded into the universe, and I realized, as the third insight had described, that there was nothing truly solid about it. Matter was only energy vibrating at a certain level, and in the beginning, matter existed only in its simplest vibratory form, the element we call hydrogen. That's all there was in the universe, just hydrogen. I observed the hydrogen atoms beginning to gravitate together, as if the ruling principle, the urge of this energy, was to begin a movement into a more complex state. And when pockets of this hydrogen reached a sufficient density, it began to heat up and to burn to become what we call a star, and in this burning, the hydrogen fused together and leaped into elements of a higher vibration. As I continued to watch, these first stars aged and finally blew themselves up and spewed the remaining hydrogen and the newly created elements out into the universe. And the whole process began again. The atoms gravitated together until the temperature became hot enough for new stars to form, and that in turn fused new elements together, creating matter which vibrated at an even higher level, and so on. Each successive generation of stars creating atoms that had not existed before until the wide spectrum of matter, the basic chemical elements, had been formed and scattered everywhere. Matter had evolved from the element hydrogen, the simplest vibration of energy, to carbon, which vibrated at an extremely high rate. The stage was now set for the next step in evolution. As our sun formed, pockets of matter fell into orbit around it, and one of them, the Earth, contained all the newly created elements, including carbon. As the Earth cooled, Gases once caught in the molten mass migrated to the surface and emerged together to forming water vapor, and the great rains came, forming oceans on the then barren crust. Then, when water covered much of the Earth's surface, the skies cleared and the sun, burning brightly, bathed the new world with light, heat, and radiation. And in the shallow pools and basins, amid the great lightning storms that periodically swept the planet, matter leapt past the vibratory level of carbon to an even more complex state, to the vibration represented by the amino acids. But for the first time, this new level of vibration was not stable in and of itself. Matter had to continually absorb other matter into itself in order to sustain its vibration. It had to eat. Life, the new thrust of evolution, had emerged. Still restricted to living only in water, I saw this life split into two distinct forms. One form, the one we call plants, lived on inorganic matter and turned these elements into food by utilizing carbon dioxide from the early atmosphere. As a byproduct, plants released free oxygen into the world for the first time. Plant life spread quickly through the oceans and finally onto land as well. The other form, what we call animals, who's that, guys? Okay.
What's up?
Sorry.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
The other form, what we call animals, absorbed only organic life to sustain their vibration. As I watched, the animals filled the oceans in the great age of fishes, and when the plants had released enough oxygen into the atmosphere, began their own trek towards land. I saw the amphibians. Oh my god, it's this whole chapter, but evolution. Okay, I saw the amphibians, half fish, half something new, leave the water for the first time and use lungs to breathe the new air. Then matter leaped forward again into reptiles and covered the earth, the great period of the dinosaurs. Then the warm-blooded
Fake.
Yeah. Anyway, then the warm-blooded mammals came and likewise covered the earth, and I realized that each emerging species represented life, matter, moving to its next higher vibration. Finally, the progression ended. Here at the pinnacle stood humankind.
Daphne?
Humankind.
All these amphibious beings are hopping tonight. What's up?
Just give me a sec.
It's all right. We know how it goes. The art flow continues. We're working on our sound quality and our video quality, and sometimes a restart helps, but we're doing it live, and unforeseen familial forces might.
Familiar forces.
The unseen familial forces, we try to keep them off screen.
There are so many unseen familiar forces. I never thought of it that way.
That's a good way to put it. I like that.
The power of a little sister is far beyond what anyone could fathom until they've come straight up against it in the moment when they don't want it to be there.
Yeah.
Little sister hits really hard.
Yeah, mine too.
Little sisters are powerful forces.
They
When
are.
little sister hits, it's like, what's up?
My little sister, Jim's met my sister, and she's short, but you can, well, she had us all picking on her very much. She was the youngest of 5 with 4 older brothers, me being the oldest. So yeah, if she actually acted like she was going to hit, I would probably run. I would just run. Like,
She's got
no,
that tenacity that you have.
Yeah, exactly. The alger blood is powerful and dangerous. So these people that gave birth to all of us were being very irresponsible with their genitals, I might add. To add so many of us to the world.
Oh boy. All right.
All right, I'm gonna
Gotta spice up that gene pool.
The elder blood.
That's right. Alger blood is like sriracha. And I
viscous.
What's up, viscous soul sister? What's up?
Yeah, okay. Humankind. The vision ended. I had seen in one flash the entire story of evolution, the story of matter coming into being and then evolving, as if under some guiding plan towards even higher vibrations, creating the exact conditions finally for humans to emerge, for each of us as individuals to emerge. As I sat there on that mountain, I could almost grasp how this evolution was extended even further into the lives of human beings. Further evolution was related somehow to the experience of life coincidences. Something about these events led us forward in our lives and created a higher vibration that pushed evolution ahead as well. Yet, as hard as I tried, I couldn't quite understand. For a long time, I sat on the rock precipice, consumed by peace and completeness. Then abruptly, I became aware that the sun was beginning to sink in the west. I also noticed that towards the northwest, about a mile, was a town of some kind. I could make out the shapes of rooftops. The road on the west ridge seemed to meander right to it. I got up and began to climb down the rocks. I laughed out loud. Lol. I was still connected with the landscape, so that I felt I was walking alongside my own body, and more, that I was exploring the regions of my own body. The feeling was exhilarating. I made my way down the bluffs and into the trees. The afternoon sun cast long shadows on the forest floor. Halfway down, I came to a particularly thick area of large trees, and as I entered, I experienced a perceptible change in my body. I felt even lighter and more coordinated. I stopped and looked closely at the trees and underlying bushes, focusing on their shape and beauty. I could see flickers of white light and what seemed like a pinkish glow around each plant. I continued to walk, coming to a stream that radiated a pale blue and filled me with an enhanced tranquility and even a drowsiness. Eventually, I made my way across the valley floor and up to the next ridge until I came to the road. I pulled myself up to the gravel surface and walked casually along the shoulder towards the north. Up ahead, I caught sight of a man in a priest's robe rounding the next bend. The sight thrilled me. Totally without fear, I jogged ahead to talk with him. I knew I would know exactly what to say and do. I had a feeling of perfect well-being, but to my surprise, he had disappeared. To the right, another road angled back down into the valley, but I could see no one in that direction. I ran further up the main road, but saw no one there either. I thought about going back and taking the road I had passed, but I knew the town was ahead, so I continued to walk that way. Still, I thought several more times of the other road. 100 yards further, after I rounded another curve, I heard the roar of vehicles. Through the trees, I could see a line of military trucks approaching at a high rate of speed. For a moment, I hesitated, thinking I might stand my ground, but then I remembered the terror of the shooting on the ridge. I had time only to fling myself off the road to the right and lie still. 10 jeeps sped past me. I had landed in a spot which was completely exposed, and all I could do was hope no one looked my way. Each vehicle passed within 20 feet. I could smell the exhaust fumes and see the expression on every face. Luckily, no one noticed. After they were well past, I crawled behind a large tree. My hands were shaking, and my sensation of peace and connection was totally shattered. A now familiar pang of anxiety gnawed in my stomach. Finally, I inched up to the road. The sound of more vehicles sent me scurrying down the slope again. As 2 more jeeps raced past, I felt nauseous. Excuse me. This time I stayed well off the road and retreated the way I had come, moving very cautiously. I came to the road I had passed earlier. After carefully listening for sound and movement, I decided to walk through the woods beside it, angling back into the valley. My body felt heavy again. What had I been doing? I asked myself. Why had I been walking in the road? I must have been crazy, deluded by the shock of the shooting, entranced in some state of euphoria. Get real, I told myself. You have to be careful. There are people here who will kill you if you make the slightest mistake. I froze. Ahead of me, perhaps 100 feet, was the priest. He was sitting under a large tree that was surrounded by numerous rock outcroppings. As I stared at him, he opened his eyes and looked right at me. I flinched, but he only smiled and motioned for me to walk up. Cautiously, I approached him. He remained motionless, a thin, tall man of about 50 years of age. His hair was cut short and was dark brown in color, matching his eyes. You look as though you look as though you need some help, he said in perfect English. I'm not gonna do that voice. Who are you? I asked. I'm Father Sanchez. And you? I explained who I was and where I was from, dizzily sinking to one knee and then to my buttocks. You were part of what happened in Kula, weren't you? He asked. What do you know of that? I asked warily, not knowing whether to trust him. I know someone in this government who is very angry. They don't want the manuscript publicized. Why? I asked. He stood up and looked down at me. Why don't you come with me? Our mission is only a half-mile away. You'll be safe with us. I struggled to my feet, realizing I had no choice, and nodded affirmatively. He led me slowly down the road, his manner respectful and deliberate. He weighed each word. Are the soldiers still looking for you? He asked at one point. I don't know, I replied. He said nothing for a few minutes, then asked, Are you searching for the manuscript? Not anymore, I said. Right now I just want to survive this and go home. He nodded reassuringly, and I found myself beginning to trust him. Something about his regard and warmth affected me. He reminded me of Will. Presently we came to the mission, which was a cluster of small houses facing a courtyard and a small church. It was situated in a place of great beauty. As we walked up, he told some of the other roadmen something in Spanish, and they scurried away. I tried to see where they were going, but fatigue was engulfing me. The priest led me into one of the houses. Inside was a small living area and 2 bedrooms. A fire burned in the fireplace. Soon after we entered, another priest walked in with a tray of bread and soup. Wearily I ate as Sanchez sat politely in a chair beside me. Then, upon his insistence, I stretched out on one of the beds and fell into a deep sleep. Just got super windy outside. When I walked into the courtyard, I noticed immediately that the grounds were immaculately kept. Actually, hold on, I'm going to see how many pages are left. Okay, I'm gonna stop it there.
It's a good stopping point.
Yeah, that's a good stopping spot. And we'll come back.
You kept yawning when I would yawn. It was like in sync.
We may or may not be quantumly linked or something.
Entangled. So
Entangled.
Well, we
since
evolved
were
this
kind of
way.
laughing about the evolution part and the Bale Earth, I will say that from what I understand about Darwin, the idea of evolution is just like a externalization of ascension cult mythology in the first place.
Totally, and
So
that's
as a
exactly
as
what
a
the book's tying it back into, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
as a like it's fine as a story device from some guy writing in the 90s. I mean, we didn't have the same ability to question stuff as back then as we do now.
The
Yeah.
problem
Go ahead.
that they I'm sorry. Didn't want to speak out of turn there.
Go ahead.
No,
It's your turn.
fire away. I'll
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
my thought.
Yeah, you see the problem that they find themselves running into though is that their whole catalyst for what drives the engine of the phenomenon of evolution that they believe in, but yet can't find evidence for that specific method of diversity, change, adaptability, or just why fish can't walk on land and humans need to come up for air, in the water, right? They don't have the catalyst right, and then you're working all the way back, and then nowhere have you seen this whole thing happen. There's always somebody putting intention behind chemicals and amino acids and electrical thingies, and then you're intentionally making something happen. You have to get the conditions just perfect to prove that you can be an alchemist and create life on a microbial level by applying electricity to all these chemicals, right? Well, okay, still you couldn't even find that occurring in nature. You had to go to a lab.
Right.
You know,
You nailed it. Intention is behind it. So, like, what does that say about if this process ever occurs in nature or how things happened in nature? There's an intention behind it.
I can feel the intention right now, and the voices in my ears are balancing my chemicals. The chemicals in my mind are balancing right now, and it feels really good.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of elements of Kabbalistic metaphysics that has been materialized, demystified, deocculted, and just encrypted into like mathematical language effectively. That kind of goes with the whole Big Bang grift. If you look up how the energy flow of the Simsum
The
works,
Simsum, hell yeah.
that's my
Yeah.
point, right? You look at how the Simsum is described, and you look at how scientists reckon through their models that the Big Bang happened. It's literally a macrocosm explanation.
I've never heard of the Simsum. Can we get a little Sim summary?
Yeah, it's like it's a spiral. Like the idea is that God was all over the place as just consciousness, right? And so what he did is that he squeezed himself into dense material and then squeezed out through the dense material these different layers of creation until at the end of that chain of creation you reach the manifestation of man.
Yeah.
So it's Pleroma Play-Doh?
Kind of. I read Simsum as a bit of an inversion.
There's a silent T in that word. It's TSIM or TZIM.
Yes, that's correct. It's one of those two.
Some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Contraction, constriction, condensation.
Yeah. I see it as a bit of an inversion of the Big Bang. But if you think of it dimensionally, if one dimension implodes, it would feed into another dimension. So either way, the Big Bang and the Simsum are kind of yin yang, definitely related.
Conceptual,
yeah.
certainly.
Anything that's locked into the mathematics of the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, that gives you all those possibilities of reality collapsing on itself and all that stuff, because that's the distorted system. It's the 0369 circuit that keeps the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8 in order.
Yeah.
I do have a testimonial here that I haven't shared before. It's a little conceptual. You guys want to see some conceptual testimonials?
Sure.
I have one of them ready to go here. See this here? Authentic Weaving Spiders Welcome Testimonial. It reads, infiltrating deep into mine ears that are silver, spider souls weep like cherubim, dabbing blue webs, bandaged appendages. 5 stars. Weaving Spiders welcome. This is authentic.
Is that a haiku?
Testimonial. I think it's free verse. FlowState.
Hey, Emma, welcome.
Nice, Gabe. Hi, Emma.
You're muted on Zoom.
Duh. Okay. Sorry. Hi, guys.
Welcome, Emma.
Welcome to our Flojo.
I randomly came across this tonight for once. I've been trying to
Nothing. We don't
find a live with you guys for forever.
Mm-hmm.
And finally I was like, oh shit, for once. So had to hop on.
Nothing is random. You're here not by chance.
Yep.
Unless Chance invited you. Chance, did you send her the link?
It wasn't me.
Wasn't Chance. Okay.
But we do it every Wednesday and Friday or Saturday.
Okay,
yeah.
that's what day.
You remember it because WSW is Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday.
That makes sense.
Ooh, wow. I never thought of that till now.
I think Alan figured that out.
I don't take all the credit for all the testimonials or all the findings. We all kind of inspire everyone else, but I'll scratch my back a little bit on that one. Feels good, man.
Yeah, but that's a
Chemicals are
glorious.
balancing.
That's a glorious chariot throne you're sitting in.
Isn't it? It's great. It's my game room set up, so I have to have good chair.
That's awesome.
And it leans back like completely all the way. So if you want to take a nap, you totally can. It's great.
Well, we've
What do you,
had
what do
people
you-
fall asleep on the stream before, so
Yeah, I'll probably do that too.
What are you gaming right now?
I was gonna play some Halo, but I kind of realized I probably shouldn't because I wanted to listen to her read. So I was like, okay, should I play Tactical Slayer or should I get educated? The decisions I made. I'll play some Halo later though.
Zerloth has a guitar there. We can listen to guitar sounds.
Ha!
If anybody
Maybe.
wants to do a
If-
breakdown with me someday on
If I might.
Halo as the ultimate transhumanist romance story,
Oh,
it's good. It would be a
Dude.
good one.
Once Forge comes out, I will build the nicest maps on the planet. Let's just waiting on that.
right. And any transhumanist story that doesn't end with "Oh my God, I'm in a digital steel prison in my own body because I don't have my own body anymore because it belongs to the big corporation that maintenances it." Right? Like, like unless your story's like saying those kinds of things, you're a romantic transhumanist, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes that's okay if you're that like different from like reality. Like I love anime, right? I started with like cyberpunk anime. No way in hell did I love those stories because I wanted to
Serial
turn the
Experiments
world
Lane.
into that.
Name some anime. Cyberpunk.
Oh
I
my
came
God.
across a Facebook memory today of something I posted real quick. Was punk is rebelling against the man. Cyberpunk is rebelling against being a man.
That's funny.
Yeah, in some regards, but there's also the flesh and blood humans living in a technological society that wish to remain human. So sometimes those stories are dealing with technocracy, technology, code bureaucracy, and such that makes it difficult to be a human.
All the punk genres are about like, what does it mean to express yourself in this society? If you're in a cybertronic society, cyberpunk is the concept of the expression, right? The anime Ghost in the Shell, which has many different aspects to its platforms. I don't know who here knows it. It's classic. Ghost in the Shell. They made a live action film that I liked with Black Widow, the chick who plays Black Widow. She was cast as the sergeant.
Scarlett Johansson.
Major Scarlett Johansson. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. So she plays the lead character, and she's a cop who works in a special cybercrime division of Tokyo in like a ridiculously like super future. It's like it's not dystopian, but it's really wild the way that they go about it. The concept of like justice in Japan, and all these different things. And so she's like mostly android, right? And she's running around trying to keep her humanity while also happening to be a cop, which is very convenient that she's not so human anymore. So that way she can be cold and calculated in the field, right? And so she's constantly wrestling to keep her humanity there while being sort of operating like an automaton and liking the efficiency of her life, right? And there's different people in that world across the spectrum. Some people refuse to do implants. Some people have basic implants. Some people are just like fully cybernetic. And then those cops go in whenever there's crime involving people that have been done like that. There's hackers hacking your brain and taking over your limbic system and controlling your nervous system, and now you've been NPC'd all of a sudden. The whole Laughing Man plot arc I would highly recommend in the series, because there's 2 movies and then there's a couple of different series. It kind of runs all over the place. It's a big wild universe for Ghost in the Shell. Akira. And if you watch Ghost in the Shell and Akira, you know the backdrop for what the Matrix movie became, because those were primary influences on much of it, right?
Yes.
And Akira is basically about like trying to control the ascension process, right? It's about
or you Zeraloth now.
Yeah.
At this point in the conversation, have you listened to any of the interviews by Thomas Althouse or any other authors who lay claim that they somehow wrote The Matrix in some form or another?
I caught the whole Althouse Alpha Vedic interview. It was fantastic. I was spreading that one around.
And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my thoughts on it is that it's a damn crime the way all those things work out, right? There's still something special in the entirety of the divine plan for the fact that the Matrix came out when it came, and although it wasn't Tom's outright story, but it was his story,
right?
There was still something very important to all of us, right? And then it's also really important to look and to deconstruct and to see why certain things didn't make sense or anything else.
Warner Brothers assembled a talented team to put that vision on film.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who invented the 360-degree camera system, where they had green screen and holes in the green screen and then cameras all the way around it so that they could film the Matrix effect.
Bullet Time, right?
Yeah, the Bullet Time. Do you remember the name of the guy who made Bullet Time?
I don't remember.
We probably should give him a lot of credit for giving the visual identity to that film.
It gave a certain kind of it gave 3D cinematography. It created 3D cinematography effectively, right? To be able to film a shot in that of that nature.
It's John Gaeta and the Mannix visual effects team who did the Bullet Time in the Matrix. And then also John Woo was doing a lot of visual effects.
Okay.
So with the Matrix film in 1999, they took a lot of ideas from anime and manga, which in turn took a lot of ideas from Western cinema. So it's a lot of give and take until finally you get something like the Matrix, where all the best ideas are borrowed and stolen. Borrowed, stolen. I don't know what the difference is there. I don't think the Warner Brothers lawyers will want to argue that point with you, but they certainly will defend their intellectual property, which they put their names on to claim it.
It's coercively borrowed until they hope you're dead. That's basically
right.
the modus operandi of those who wield the Hollywood.
Good night, spiders.
Good night, Chance.
Good night, Chance.
Good night,
next
Chance.
time, brother.
If you want like the really fun esoteric stuff that I really recommend, though, like you can get into some great stuff with like often I find that like it's the animation studio seems to be kind of following a thread of what they like to make and a certain theme. Studio Gynex, which gave us the Evangelion series.
Yes.
Everything they're doing over there is super sweet esoteric stuff, and if you haven't watched Kill la Kill or Gurren Lagann, Teppen Talken Gurren Lagann, those are full 26, 27 episode seasons that are cinematic in scope, lots of action and comedy, but it's both of them are different expressions of ascension through human freedom and human development and things like that. And Kill la Kill is just great because of the statement on clothing. and how the clothing, because the clothing all has technology that gives you powers. It's great stuff. And
Yeah, certainly. I think our interest here may be on weaving spiders welcome and flow state and such as maybe the aspect of Western esotericism adopted in through a Japanese lens to include Christian religious symbolism in something like Evangelion, Death and Rebirth, and a lot of that manga in art and video games, Final Fantasy, you name it. They take a lot of the Western esoteric ideas, folklore, and other traditions, and then they put it into their own work, and then they feed it back to us. So it's this East meets West meets East meets West, back and forth. And being an island, a separatist, isolationist island of Japan, with their own sort of monoculture, taking in the influences from around the world and then exporting it through video games as a huge export. That's an interesting thing to look at further.
For sure.
And anime is a real easy way to consume a Japanese story. You just sit back, relax, and watch it.
Anime helped me understand animism. So like I was like really digging what animism was before I was really like staring at the deeper side of the metaphysical cosmology of the Norse stuff. It's just like it's weird the way the reality field was is designed, where either you're just not meant to see it yet, or it's been deliberately blocked from your eyes for malevolent purposes. But eventually you start paying attention, you start noticing, and so like anime taught me a lot about animism, right? Whether it's like watching Princess Mononoke or Inuyasha, or just something like Dragon Ball, where you're just learning about like chi and body conditioning and its relationship to energy work, and using that to protect yourself, to heal yourself, and to do things for others like that too. You get all these ideas. It's helping awaken us in many respects for those that want to go with it, because I go to these anime conventions, I go to gaming conventions, and it's just like all these people are playing with fire and they have no idea that like for them they're just having fun with like.
You have a specific example? You make the statement they're playing with fire.
Yeah, somebody who's into like Lovecraftian mythos will make like a Lovecraft game where like it's a board game and you play the gods and you're summoning your forces to bring about your particular version of conquering the earth as one of these elder things, old ones, if you will. And so like, you've got the invocational terminology can be right in the game. And Lovecraft wasn't just, pulling that out of his ass, having fun with like Arabic and Jewish and Old Norse and playing around and making pagan tongues sound very nasty, ghoulish, infernal, because that's what he was doing, because he was a xenophobe, right? I love Lovecraft, but he's fucking xenophobe, right? And so this was his whole freaking thing, coming from a fear of paganism and a fear of science. He didn't, he hated the old world and the new world, and he was struggling to stay in this place of basic basic Christianity in a sense, right? Like I think that's where he's at, like New England, like incel. He's like a New England incel rich guy, right?
If H.P. Lovecraft had a smartphone in his pocket and access to Wikipedia, do you think he'd write the same story?
Well, he probably would have called smartphone some sort of a page of the Necronomicon or something like that, right? Because of the chaos magic inherent in having a synthetic version of the Akashic records right there.
Hypertext.
Right? You would be directly connected to Yog-Sothoth, which is kind of a cognate, I feel, to Odin in a sense, because he's a god. His madness comes from being all about information. Yog-Sothoth loves libraries and things like that, right? So it's very much the Photonic consciousness of just like obsessed with knowing everything and being the last stand of Ragnarok, right? And that's why you want to
Yeah.
know everything, right?
I can
That's
even
Yogg-Sothoth.
see it. I can see it in the word Yogg-Sothoth. So you got Yogg, which is part of Yggdrasil.
Mhm.
Drasil in reverse is lizard,
Mhm.
and Sothoth is very, very much serpentine. So yeah, I totally see that. That's a great
Yeah.
call.
Yeah, and he liked throwing that Soth in there, or not Soth, Thoth. You know, the Thoth pops up in a couple of different places, and so you've got that invocation of the ibis, the Egyptian Thoth, Tahuti, the seed of Tahuti, if you will, which is another, that's writing and the mind to a different extent. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about Legend of Zelda, so here's my link.
Legend of Zelda.
Tapping it.
Yeah, I'm stuck on Ocarina of Time on the PC. It sucks because I don't have a controller, so
You
it's
guys want to see my whole game room? It's all Legend of Zelda behind me, but the lighting's really bad.
Oh, but of course it is.
I know. Hold on. Let me just actually turn on the light. It's all Star Wars and then Legend of Zelda. Let me see if I can kind of turn this
Is that a Triforce lamp?
No, it's actually just an LED lamp I got from Walmart, which is a Triforce, but it's fucking sick. And then hold on, let me see. Sorry, cat, move. And all of this is like all my Legend of Zelda stuff I've been collecting since I was like 5.
Oh my goodness.
And then there's all my pins that I made and whatnot. And then my energy sword, my gargoyle gecko is in that tank. And then
You have a pet gecko?
yeah, it's a gargoyle gecko. It's
not
basically
a crested gecko or a leopard gecko?
no,
it's
it's a gargoyle, and it looks like a velociraptor.
Oh wow.
And then in that tank, I have a Pac-Man frog, and he's fat, adorable. And then over here is the Star Wars and Lego collection. And I'm still trying to do all of
Dude,
that.
can you make this full screen so we can see this?
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Oh yeah.
I'm loving the lightsaber.
Yeah, now it's full screen. You got to do it all over again.
Oh God. Okay. So
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So I have, I don't know if you can see the Iron Giant, my limited edition Master Chief helmet. I had still like 10. All my Lego Star Wars helmets. Let me see if I can
Silver
get one.
GameCube. Is that a silver GameCube?
Yep, I've had that forever. Where's my camera being all weird? All right, let me take off my headphones.
Cameras are required to be all weird in these type of circumstances where you're going to show us something cool. It's your first time. That's just part of the part of streaming.
Here's this one.
Whoa!
Sweet.
Right?
Beautiful.
This shit took forever.
Nice.
And then I have all of them. I got the 3 brand new ones. I'll try and show you. Hold on.
From Lego, that's incredible. I've got Lego sets that I've started and haven't finished because it's thousands of pieces, thousands of steps.
Good.
Okay, so I have this one, the Mandalorian helmet.
How many pieces are in that set?
Says 584 pieces, which doesn't
That
seem
takes
like a
few
lot.
hours to put together.
And then I got Luke's helmet. Ta-da!
Whoa.
Tell me you're autistic without telling me you're autistic. And then I got the Dark Trooper, which I don't really care for because the new Disney, like the Disney bullshit, but it was cool. I had to get it.
Emma, have you ever done a live stream where you open a box and you keep the stream going until you finish your Lego set?
No.
Because that would take hours.
Well, I don't have I'm too ADD or ADHD where I'll just get up like, oh, I'm hungry.
Right.
And then I'll go eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 years later.
Yeah, exactly. And then the recent one I did was a dinosaur ones I got for my birthday. Hold on, let me try and get them.
That's awesome.
This back.
Wow.
There's definitely a flow state that a person needs to get into to finish a Lego set.
So true.
Ta-da!
Sweet.
That's awesome.
That's
Right?
beauteous.
Hope it doesn't break.
So, question for you. I'll wait till Emma gets back.
Okay.
So, question for you, Emma. Have you ever heard of somebody using super glue on their Lego set so that they can never come apart?
I mean, it kind of makes sense, but I don't want to do that.
Right.
But maybe when I move later this year,
Mm-hmm.
that would probably be a good idea. That's a lot of work though.
Those Lego bricks fit so well together that you don't need to use super glue.
You're fat boy.
Yeah.
Look. You can't even see you.
You're making me think there's like a
And a cat
Lego...
and the required cat.
There's
Emma
two-
delivers everything.
Yeah.
The two
Two
black
cats.
cats. This is a derp one though.
Derp.
I love derp cats.
He's
Yeah,
derp.
my derpy cats are my favorite.
Yeah, he's derp and fat. It's great. Kitty's in the corner judging me.
Is your gecko awake? It's a nocturnal gecko.
Yeah, she is fucking terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can get her without biting me because she's vicious.
No worries
Wait,
no worries at all.
Let me turn this up so I can hear you guys when I'm over there.
Mm-hmm. I had a crested gecko roommate for a while, and as much as I tried to keep the crested gecko within the terrarium environment, it would always find a way out. And I would always be like, oh no, it's gone, it's run away. And I'd always find it. It was going to the sunshine. It was trying to find a warm place, and it would hang out like in the windowsill where the warm sun was, and it would just nap all afternoon. And then I'd find it there sleeping, and I'd leave it alone. And then I'd put food back into the terrarium, and it was hungry. It would go back into the terrarium to eat the food.
That's cool.
So you managed to work out a routine with it. That's cool.
Yeah, it was terrifying though. Like my heart would just
You
go.
think you're gonna
"Whoa,"
find
like,
it dead or
oh
never see
no.
it again every time.
So it was a
That's,
free range gecko.
It climbed all along the ceiling.
That's terrifying.
I'd see it walking across the ceiling at night, and I'd be like, "Oh, you're not lost. You know where you are. I don't know where you are. I worry about you." Named it Oliver because he'd climb all over the walls.
You named him
refused
Oliver?
to stay. Yeah, and refused to
That's
stay.
a great name, Alex.
Wait,
Great
what was
name.
his name?
Oliver.
My crested gecko
That's my
named
cat's
Oliver.
name.
The cat's
That's my
name's
cat's
Oliver?
name. Yeah, that's my derp cat's name.
Oliver and Company. I love that musical.
That's so
Oliver
funny.
Derp Cat is a great name.
So Emma, there's a question in the chat for you.
Okay, go.
Our boy Joshua is asking, is that Futhark runic language on your arm?
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah, I got that. When did I get that? Like 5 years ago. I plan on doing my whole arm like Norse mythology, maybe, but my tattoo artist is 300 an hour now.
Wow.
So, and I already spent 8,000 on my Star Wars leg, which I'm not even like
Wow.
done yet. And then I spent, like 4,000 on the other.
So maybe you're the person we could talk to about weaving spiders welcome tattoos. How terrible of an
Ooh.
idea is that? How costly would that be?
Oh, well.
Well, it depends on how
Depends on-
comprehensive. I mean, you could easily get 20 grand into it the way she's talking.
Yeah, I like realism tattoos, like, because my brother, he's like super tatted and his tattoos are insane. So I had to one up him. Like, that's it. That's how I roll.
So do you have like an Instagram or something where you show off your tats or anything? 'Cause, I mean, that's serious ass work. I mean, and if you're not interested to share, that's okay. But I mean, that's a lot of work you're talking about. That's not like a few little pieces. You're talking about
No.
having like both legs sleeved out.
Yeah, I have 43 hours on my right leg, and that's just my calf shin area. That's only 43 hours alone. And then my other leg, I have 46 hours, and it's almost done. I have 2 sessions left. And
All
that
right,
one,
you should tell your tattoo artist that the Weaving Spiders Welcome said that you should get some kind of standing discount if you've already done this much work dedicated. Only you spent more on tattoos than all of us have ever spent on. Gosh, I don't even want to come up with an analogy. And I want you to know I'm very impressed and astounded by this. You know, maybe that's why I asked, because it makes me curious, especially if it's photorealistic. You know,
Yeah.
my mother took me to the first Star Wars movie when I was 4 years old. So yes, I'm interested. So
Yeah. I've
I
been
also
trying
agree
to
that the
get him.
Disney stuff is not exactly Star Wars in my opinion. You know,
It's I don't mind it. I like how the new technology that they're using, like with the actual like TV screens in the background that they're using instead of green
Yeah.
screens, or that's insane. Like when I
yeah,
watched
it's
that
beautiful.
mini documentary, I was like, holy crap, like that's insane. Because my brother went to college to do movie makeup and all prosthetics and all that, and he was supposed to work on Lord of the Rings when it first came out, but his teacher didn't tell him it was Lord of the Rings. His teacher was like, hey, there's a job opening for you in Germany, do you want to go? And he was only, my brother was 18 at the time. He's like, oh, I can't leave my family, like why would I go to Germany? Turns out it was Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's messed up.
Yeah.
Jim and I were talking about director Peter Jackson and his movies, Meet the Feebles and such,
Mhm.
before the show. So it's cool that you brought it up again.
Dead Alive.
Dead Alive and Meet the Feebles.
What was the very first one was just atrocious. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Dead Alive.
Atrocious,
Dead Alive?
beautiful. Love
There's
that
a-
cinema.
A rat
Bad
monkey
Taste.
fights
Bad
somebody.
Taste was Peter Jackson's first movie.
Yeah.
Was it
Thank
Bad
you.
Taste?
That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Bad Taste. Yeah,
Bad Taste.
it's atrocious. It really is.
It-
It's
It's
yeah.
gonna be a
too.
Friday night, and we're gonna need to watch that. And is that
Never seen that one.
marijuana?
I wonder if we could watch movies
it
on here
is.
like that. That'd be cool.
This is
So
live.
we do a movie night that's not streamed anywhere every Friday.
Some of us
Ooh, I'm
gather in
down.
different groups. There are different groups
Oh,
that gather
those
different
are-
times and different Saturdays,
Oh.
watching different movies.
So
What-
I
what-
couldn't get my lizard because she's being a mean. So I have a picture of her, and if you can kind of see,
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, one of those. Those are nice.
yeah, she's an asshole.
Zerlath,
How
what is
groups
your lizard's name
spontaneously
again?
gather.
Locke.
Oh, but not like John Locke.
Like Loch Ness.
Yes.
Nice.
LOCH.
But I tell you what, it kind of also is for Loki, and
Oh yeah.
and he definitely
Right on.
likes to earn that title just by climbing things.
Is the word like hepatology or herpetology or something?
Herpetology.
Herpetology.
Herpetologist.
Okay.
Yeah.
It makes me think of the Adam Lore song, Jim.
Which one?
The one that I always dedicate to you. It's called Toads in the Castle, I think. You know. It's like,
Frogs in the
all
soup.
types of toads are welcome in our
Love to do an Adam
castle.
Lore listen along show stream sometime where we play
that.
the Adam Lore catalog and listen along.
Yeah,
And
I like that
that's
idea.
really
a
going to
lot.
help balance the brain chemistries. I mean, it's so good that creative flow of the
Chemicals,
Adam.
balance.
But yeah, you guys should definitely search on Bandcamp Adam Lore Toads in the Castle if you're both lizard owners, because you'll
Down.
dig it.
Did you
Toad-
invite Adam, Sean, for tonight?
Not tonight. I didn't know.
I
He's
forgot.
been streaming almost every time that I've looked. So
Oh, I remember those books. I remember I used to make fun of it in elementary because it said the word crap in it, and I thought that was hilarious.
So wait, what was the name again? I was trying to repeat it and I lost
it's
it.
Adam Adam Lore Lore, and you might have to put it in quotes because my brother's last name being Lore, what you get is a lot of lore. You know, like you get a lot of storytelling and stuff. So
Yeah. Context.
yeah. But on Bandcamp, you should be able to find it pretty easy. I mean, he's a pretty well known comic artist. Not
All
super
right.
successful yet, but he's really starting to publish a lot of stuff. So I'm really hoping that somebody realizes that they should.
Comic books are insane now. My brother got one of the Ninja Turtles one recently that they only made like 300 copies in Riverside in California, and it's worth like 90 grand.
Nice.
It's insane.
That's awesome.
And he got one of the only copies signed.
Is that from
Wow.
like
Cool,
is that
that's
from like
cool.
the original Ninja Turtles that are violent and stuff?
No, it's a new one where all the Ninja Turtles die except for one of them.
Oh God, how strange.
Yeah.
Donatello.
Yeah, it's and my
Donatello
brother
lives?
has it framed in his game room and all that.
just
And I was like,
guessing.
wow.
I love how competitive it sounds like you and your brother are.
Oh, dude, it's yeah. He's 10 years older than me too, so it's really unhealthy. Like I try to
It sounds like you
compete.
guys have got it managed. You sublimated it into sounds like reasonably healthy things. I mean, you're not like seeing who can snort more cocaine in one night or anything. So you're doing pretty good, really.
As far as we know.
Yeah, well, hey, I don't know.
Well,
There's no money for both, Gabe. I've never seen any situation where someone's beautifully tatted out and has a huge collection of stuff and they have a preference for cocaine. It's one or the other.
I'm super against coke. I've had
Here,
so
me
many
too.
friendships ruined from that and
Yeah.
relationships. I'm not. No way.
No, most people can't hang, and it's just a stupid drug anyway. So
It's not. It's like it'll last 5 minutes, and then you're like, "Yo, I need more." Yo, what's
that's
up?
the name
Hey,
of the game. That's it.
hey.
That's all you need to know about Coke, folks. There's really nothing else to say.
That's how I
It's
feel
so
when I take a
dumb.
bite out of a nice, delicious pizza. I'm like, I need more pizza. I need more
Oh,
of that.
me too, Al.
That's me with
cheesy.
bread. If anytime I'm like around garlic bread or sourdough, I'm like, I need more, please. Bread.
So Emma, I got a really nerdy Star Wars question about your leg tat.
Shoot.
It wouldn't by chance include Boba Fett knee missiles, would it?
No, on my right leg, I'm doing the Sith only. So I have Darth Maul holding the holocron on one side, and on the
snap.
other side, I had Darth Malgus with the burning Jedi logo underneath, like when he took over the temple. And then, yeah, fuck the Jedi. And then on the back,
What the Jedi said.
and then on the back of my calf, I have a Darth Vader's lightsaber. But above that, in my knee gap area, I'm doing the Sith Temple on Korriban. And then above on my back of my thigh, I'm doing Vader with him holding that necklace he carved for Padme. Gotta make it somewhat kind of sad, get the lore in there.
Ask me later, and I'll share with you the creepiest haunted image of Jar Jar Binks.
Oh,
it's on my
God.
other camera. Remind me
I'm down.
to share
Is
that.
it the Darth Jar Jar with the red
I
eyes?
can't say too much more at this point, and I won't tease it any further. I'm just saying, remind me later
Okay,
to
noted.
share it. And if I
And-
haven't shared it recently, remind me. Share that
Darth-
creepy Jar Jar.
Darth
And,
Jar Jar is the most crazy thing I ever heard of, and I love it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Darth Jar Jar is the only thing that makes Jar Jar an excusable thing.
Yeah. The only acceptable lore at this point
Yeah,
that's new.
and in many ways is so much fun. It actually would improve things if that were true.
Yeah,
What do you
significantly.
think Jar Jar Binks is a metaphor for?
The Brule Society.
Oh my God, I think you're right, Gabe. Ow, that just gave me a headache.
Say it once
it's
more
good.
time. One more time.
Boule,
was it?
Boule, Boule, Boule Society is a
Boule
very
Society.
little,
Okay.
very little known branch of Black Freemasonry.
Okay, because
It's not very little
bootleg.
known, but
It's like
yeah,
bootleg. Is
bootleg.
this like a pirate society, like Davy Jones' Locker, because Jar Jar lives under the sea?
That's what I thought at
cracks me
first.
up
I was
that
like,
of course, I caught it right away.
Bootleg Society. Brilliant stuff.
Bootleg.
Guys. Brilliant stuff. I think we can end the stream right there on a high note.
I put that together when I was telling my dad about it. I was like, hey, there's a theory out there about Jar Jar Binks, and he's like, Jar Jar is racism, and I was like, oh my god. I think you just opened up a whole can of worms. I think you might have just figured it all out, Dad.
That's pretty awesome, dude.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes how exposed
There
he
was
was.
there was a lot of racial stereotype criticism when Lucas put out episodes 1, 2, and 3. Because you had like that one alien race of like bureaucrats or whatever, and they seemed like they were Asian, like they were the Chinese, and it seemed like the racial
That was pretty
stereotype of
funny.
them or whatever, and I don't think that was the point.
Right?
I don't think that was the point, other than to say that sometimes different races that are usually organized by nation, they have certain things that are the same about them.
Right.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, it's,
They're homogenized. Yeah.
well, to me, they
Right.
take it too far anyway because, and I don't mean Star Wars. I mean, I don't think George Lucas is some kind of closeted white supremacist or something stupid like that. They just they go so far in trying to deny the existence of cultural homogeny and ethnicity that like
Right.
anything potentially becomes up for grabs to be offensive when it's like, you know, people from Japan are like Japanese people. You know, sorry to break the news or mess up your day, but you know, and
Yep.
it's also true about people in North America and in Europe. You know, they're not completely homogenous, but there's a lot of similarities in what people call white culture. You know, and it's true across every single category. But of course, there's fine lines, and then things start to fall apart. And you know, that's why stereotypes are useful, but they
Right.
don't. They're not a wax stamp you can stick on anybody.
So I
Yeah.
Google search Boule Society, Boule, Sigma, Pi, Phi, the
Yep.
Boule, the
Mhm.
oldest Greek letter society for ... I won't say what, in quotes, Council of Chiefs, or in quotes, advisor to kings. In Greek, the Boule was for much of its existence an elite invitation-only secret society. This thing has Google search results, and I'll encourage you guys to find them on your own.
I seen. I was looking at it right now.
There was an amazing documentary that was on YouTube, but of course now it's probably gone because the censorship is ramped up to a fever pitch that none of us could have even predicted 10 years
Dude.
ago.
I'm
so
so
crazy.
shadow banned on everything.
Yeah, me too. I mean, like,
To be honest, I can't believe it took them that long to to need an excuse to do this much censorship in the first place.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. I anticipated it being worse earlier, but now that it's here, I guess I despise it. You know, of course.
Yeah.
But there was a great like VHS quality documentary of a bunch of people really sitting around and exposing the Boule and dropping names, and it's pretty much like these guys get in this fraternity and they become the watchdogs for the wealthy people and betray the other aspects of black culture so that they're, you know, they're high up ranked but not at the tippy top, obviously, and they're leading people astray and lying about it. And it's crazy because in the documentary at the end during the question and answer, they start like naming names and dropping addresses, which I thought was pretty crazy. You know?
So this is
Damn.
a digital
They were
file.
serious. These black people were very, very angry about the Boule Society, exposing it to the hilt, and even talking about, like, they weren't talking about going to be violent. They were like going to go protest literally in front of their house and expose them for being dishonest. You know,
I'm sure we
I
could
wish I
find
could
this
find it.
digital file and then share it with others.
Yeah, if we find it anywhere, let me know, and I'd love to. I'd love
There's
to
a
watch
lot
it
of
again.
wonderful files shared online,
You just
Telegram
gotta
chats, and other
dig.
places.
I
It
love
could be
Telegram.
discovered.
Telegram's
Telegram's
so funny.
pretty awesome. Yeah, it's pretty
Just because
awesome.
it's not on a Google platform or a Meta Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp.
Yeah, I just hate though on like a couple of the chats I'm on. I won't be on there for like maybe a couple hours. It'll be like 700 messages. If I don't go on all night, it'll be like 20,000.
Yeah,
And I'll be
that's
like,
pretty normal
oh,
on Telegram.
oh my God.
Yeah, that's the specific reason why our Weaving Spiders Welcome chats are often in slow mode,
Hmm.
so that we are posting great quality content at a slow snail's pace so that we can all absorb and digest everything that's been shared.
Yeah.
And when it's 700 messages, people just click the arrow to get to the bottom, and now they've missed out on 666 great posts to Telegram that they'll never read.
I feel like 90%, 95% of it though is garbage. It's just like some 18-year-old schizo kid or autistic kid got on there, and then they're just on some weird shit, and you're like, okay.
Well,
like,
plus,
yes,
people want to constantly share stuff
yeah.
from one group to another because they want to amplify the message, and then it gluts up and becomes spam, and you know.
Yes, and to be fair to everybody who's ever chatted in the chat, Weaving Spiders Welcome, we did put the word chat in the title of the room, which assumes that it's a chat room, which assumes that you can chat in the room. And then we kind of had to pull that back a little bit to say, let's slow down and do our research and share the quality of content and not focus on the quantity of the content. So that's why we have the new room, Spiders Welcome Web, which is our on-topic symposium for sharing the research that we're providing on Saturday nights. So in Saturday Night Rolls on, we scroll through and we can share all the best stuff. But here's the thing, only one person speaks at a time on a weave, and there's so much extra good stuff we want to include so we can put that on Telegram to share it with everyone else. Not all of the stuff can be included in a weave, but it's very interesting, and we may return to it as we circle back and around the topics and the keywords and the definitions that we're sharing and building upon. So that's kind of what we're planning and intending to do on the Telegram.
Mm-hmm. That makes more sense.
What's your are you familiar with Discord? Have you ever considered Discord?
Well, the Discordians versus the Slackers is a topic we bring up quite often.
But yeah, I've got a Discord for the RX Only Picture Show, and it is by invite only. But if people are interested, they can always hit me up. I would say that there's pluses and minuses to both platforms.
Yeah.
Discord is more easy to make organized, in my opinion. Because it was already designed that way to be like a gamer lobby platform that's kind of expanded into being a really beautiful thing. But you also have to pay to really get it so that you can drop anything in there without them limiting you. Even like a large text post sometimes can be inconvenient to post. So
I'm using a free version of Discord services. I've made my own page, and it's not like it takes a little bit of management because a couple of the people in my page, they may post something great, but they post it in the wrong place because like I have mine set up, like I've got a whole archive threaded section for like as an esoteric library, right? So you can go in, here's secrets of history, here's links on magic, and here's stuff about secret sciences, here's stuff about exopolitics, etc.
that sounds great.
Yeah, exactly. I just made these organizational categories of all the different rabbit holes and said, if you've got something in these subject matters, this is where you post them. And then I have a social area too, which is just for, you can talk about like total like normie stuff in there if you wanted to, just for fun. Like, you went to the game today or whatever, but other than that, it's all there as a library.
So here's my concern again with Telegram and Discord. Who owns the server?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Do I own
the Discord's
server?
already starting to ramp up the censorship, warning people about cooties and cowpokes and what information they might let stand. We've got our whole server backed up for these reasons because we're aware that we are on the very fringe edge of what people might consider acceptable.
Yeah.
But, also not rallying behind some bullshit slogan or, like so many people do, they fall into this, we have to take action. We are on blank side. We are doing, it's the right versus the left.
Here's my concern. Here's my concern. We have a lot of really talented, beautiful thinkers who are contributing hours of their life to something like Telegram. And then if some joker were to report it or to mess it up, they literally pull the rug out from underneath us. And then we don't have control over the platform as we do not own it. So long term, meaning the next few weeks, months, we want to maybe consider moving towards private server behind a private password protected situation where we can log in and discuss privately and have like a message board format where things are slow and archived and never lost. The thing we like about Telegram now is it's great for sharing photos, audio clips, and video.
Yeah.
When we're assembling text for archival purposes, for long-term research projects, writing a book, doing that research, perhaps a message board format would be better for those longer form text conversations, calls for questions and responses. Does anybody have any experience with message boards and any opinions about software or content management systems?
The only thing I kind of know of isn't Telegram like their main hub in Saudi Arabia, or no one knows. Because I remember someone was telling me that years ago, that Telegram is in the Middle East and it's like you basically can't mess with it. Like, good luck.
Well, the guy
That's a
who founded it
possibility.
or fronts it out is named Pavel something. I call him Pavel Durag. I don't remember.
Durav from
Yeah.
Russia. He made VK. I think that's how you'd say it. VK.
And but to what degree they're affiliated with the Saudis is definitely a good question.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's the other thing, back to Alan's main point, right? Like,
I'm focusing on text, searchable text. And if we could do that in a Wikipedia format where everyone would have access to editing a page, if we made a page for Boule Society, then we could collaboratively edit the article for Boule Society, finding the research that we have. And then there's a way to discuss that page.
That would be
We could
cool.
organize it that way. And we own the server. We own all the work. We own all the text. It belongs to us. And they can't pull the rug out from underneath us.
That's pretty smart. That's something I would invest in.
well, Alan, I do
Dubai.
have a
Telegram is from Dubai.
Oh, is
Says
it?
so on- Says so on their FAQs of their website. They're based in Dubai. Most of the developers behind Telegram originally come from St. Petersburg, the city famous for its unprecedented number of highly skilled engineers. Telegram had to leave Russia due to local IT regulations and has tried a number of locations as its base, including Berlin, London, and Singapore. We're currently happy that with Dubai, although are ready to relocate again if local regulations change. So to suit their purposes, they had to leave Russia, and then they had to reject all these other places like London, and now they're in Dubai of all places.
Well, I mean, what they're doing is highly controversial. Of course, people don't want information to flow nearly as freely as it does on Telegram right now.
Well, they're gonna have to turn off the internet. It's end-to-end encryption stuff. It's
Yep, we're
it's
headed
like
there. They're gonna test it at least and see
it's
what happens
like-
when they push the button.
Yeah, they're gonna. My dad has a radio room at his like cabin, and all these radios are from like the 40s, 50s, like a huge room, like my game room, but a radio room. And he's talking to people from like around the world, and they're talking about like that's the next like step. And if you don't have a radio room, like you basically don't have the internet of the future in a
Yeah.
way. So
Yeah,
my
that's a
dad's
good idea.
my dad's
Well-
like, get a radio, everyone.
well, that might have a worse effect
Yeah.
than they wanted it to, because like at the end of the day, like they're gonna try and turn off the internet. Everything is now like, if you want to turn off the internet, you also have to turn off television, because
Yep.
everything got upgraded to digital things, fiber optic systems, whatever. And there's still a bunch of things in networking industries that want to have that connectivity. The military, through the U.S. Signal Corps, wants to have that connectivity. They need it for, whether they're trying to control us or even as a legitimate national security interest. It's way better that they can hear us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they'll turn it off in any real capacity. They'll turn it off as a way to shake up our own lower level systems, and then to draw more seething control into them. I mean,
Sure, but you know what they can't control? The fact that right now, this second, we can make sure that we all have each other's ability to call each other on phones, write letters, and at the end of the day, this needs to materialize into real life. Otherwise, it's just another trend on the internet that gives people something, but we're all just like people in our different little corners of the country. We're not like, hey, I'm over here raising chickens and
Well, yeah, we are a live
Right.
stream on Wednesday and
Right,
Saturday
exactly,
and Wednesday,
right?
and we're generating ideas
Mhm.
and culture, and we're cultivating artistic ideas and stories and research threads, and we're collaborating in a symposium effort where we're explaining our expertise to each other to build upon ideas. And we're using Telegram as a way to share images and media and videos and things. Long term, we need to preserve the ideas in text format. And that's the question I'm opening up to all of you in terms of the content management system.
I'll
message
ask a
board
friend, Alan. I've
software
got
or
a friend
something.
who was running a pretty big board and he sold it. And it's been a few years now. The board's still up, but I'll ask him.
Yeah.
Because then we'll get some idea. He'll know at least a half dozen old school forum type.
Yeah. I think
the
answer to this might be there will be some public boards, but most of them will be private boards.
Right.
So people can join the public boards, and then once they've gained enough experience in posting things, they can then be awarded access to private boards.
Mhm.
And now we have a private, verified community of people who want to contribute to the research. And that's probably where we'd be moving towards next. And then we can present the research on a Saturday night live stream to say, this is what we're looking into, this is what we've compiled, and this is where we're at.
So it's a lot more crisp and easy flowing, just that makes sense.
To
I
put
like
together
that.
bullet points to
Mhm.
produce the content. That way it's a little bit more of an effortless flow. And welcome, Binna. We haven't said welcome to Binna yet. Binna, welcome.
Hey. Can
Hey, there you are. We hear you now.
Hey, what's happening, sister? Good to
Welcome
see
to the
you.
weave.
I love that you got the lizard on top of your head. It's great.
Zeraloth has his iguana.
Excuse me.
So what conversation is interesting you tonight, Binna? I'd like to get you into the weave here if you'd like to chat some more.
Everything always interests me. I listen usually on a Sunday, so that's your Saturday night. So it's my cleaning day, and I always listen and feel like it's very clearing of the ether for me. So it always is a successful clean listening to you guys. And right now I am. Yeah.
Somebody's
Sounds like cell phone interference.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right. So you're you say you're from Australia, and what time is it for you there?
Yeah, it's 4:15 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
On Thursday, the 24th of
Beautiful.
March.
Beautiful. Yeah. So what's it like living in the future?
Yeah,
first to see the sunrises?
Just in regard to the censorship thing, so I have a very small channel. Most of my following on Facebook because they're older. So I do natural skin cures, skin cancer and natural cancer cures. So pretty much my channel, which has all my stuff on it from the last few years, got striked for the same videos that were fine when I uploaded them to my business channel. Anyway, so I've been on strike, unable to go upload onto YouTube for 2 months now. I opened back up my Binaboo channel the other day, and they had gone through and striked me for stuff that was 2 years old one of them was a testimonial for how I cured my own cervical cancer with black seed oil. So they all just deleted them. So they backstriked me for like 12 videos, and then they just the next day deleted them all. So, and then they hit my business channel and
Oh no, it's breaking up.
You're roboting just a little bit.
Lag.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll come back when I've actually got like a new Mac.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
you
please
can-
stick
you can
around. We
stay
don't
with
mind
us.
a little bit of roboting. It's fine.
Well,
We'll
I'll
listen to you.
tell I'll tell you what I'm doing quickly, and then I can just get back to my job. So
Yeah.
what I'm making is black SALVE. Like I don't even want to say it because I don't want to get any
Okay.
flags on your channel. So this is what we use in Australia. Skin cancer is fucking everywhere. Like everyone has skin cancer by the time they hit their 30s and 40s. I know
Wow.
these people who died from metastasis. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah.
Yep. Please keep
Died
speaking.
from metastasis of say like having a simple mole cut off, because the cancer is sitting in like a contained little like a water balloon or an octopus, and so the minute that you cut into it or stick a needle for a biopsy into it, it goes bleh, and just like flows out into the bloodstream. So black salve,
It's all right. Don't sweat it.
Solve that coagula.
It's a safe way to remove skin cancers, but we also use it for breast lumps as well.
Oh,
So
cool.
it only reacts. So you can apply it. There's a lot of myths out there, and a lot of like when they're trying to hide something, you know that there's something there. So with black salve, there's a lot of propaganda. There's groups that like hone in on my Facebook groups, and then they have subgroups called like woo-woo black salve groups. So they're like mocking and ridiculing us. But and even there's a woman who's written a book, Ingrid something, and she even in that book it's false, because she says, oh, black salve will react indiscriminately with skin, and that is not true. You can apply it to various spots, especially on your inner thighs, somewhere where that hasn't been exposed to the sun, and you will not get a reaction unless there's something there that the salve identifies as abnormal. And then it pulls it to the surface, forms a really ugly big scab, falls off, takes the cancer with it. I know women who have breast lumps and they have a jar where they keep their breast lumps.
Awesome.
Wow.
This is incredible stuff.
I need to know
thanks
that.
for telling us. And it's understandable that you're under so much attack because the the Rockefeller fortune moved heavy into medicine way back in the day, and they are still behind the scenes trying to cull and clunk anybody on the head that knows anything about herbs, nature, intention, all of these things. And so it's hard to avoid. The main thing is if you can avoid using any of their terminology or definitions or names for things, it really helps, but it becomes very difficult because they've literally saturated the entire earth with their bullshit. So,
and this is for this reason we would want to have a private message board forum or platform to share this information in a way that it can be preserved and backed up by everyone, because fighting to publicly share this on any of the major social medias is just, it's not to anyone's benefit.
we just don't have enough power. We'd have to have a terrific amount of power to do that. We'd have to be able to compete with at least one of these people. So please go ahead.
There shouldn't MeWe should be a pretty good like actually a MeWe group would probably work really well for this community here.
We have private servers. We have private servers with installed software. We just need to migrate some of our users from Discord, Telegram, Twitter, YouTube.
I'm kind of hidden in plain sight. I do all my business on Facebook. We actually developed, the original salve recipe, I tweaked that. So mine's known as the best salve in the world, and it also hurts the least. But then with the, I was like, I had a dream where I was in this facility in like a hospital gown, with the bums out the back, and we were all panicking like, fuck, they've got us, what are we going to do? And I said, don't fucking, I've got the B salve in my vajayjay.
You've got
and so after that I started thinking, like I had a pot of it, like these little jewels that I sell, these
This is incredible stuff.
These little jewel pots.
Yeah.
So then I was like, maybe it would work. And then one of our people in our group, he's a grandfather, and he said, look, I'm not really long for this world anyway. So if I don't get that, they're not going to let me see my grandkids. So I'm going to get it, and I'm going to be the first one. Am I breaking up?
Nope. We can hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be the first one to test it. So since then, we have been using it for people. They take it on a Band-Aid in their pocket, or they run out to the car straight after and they put it on. And it's quite disgusting what reactions people get on their arms from this. So it's clearly reacting and finding things that shouldn't be in the body. And so now on Facebook, I just moved from the Gold Coast up to the mining area. I got given a free space here. So obviously I have had the job mandate thing going on. So we've actually printed off these flyers. I'll be here in a few days, and I'm really proud of the flyers. It's called the Antidote. And we're distributing the antidote now to all the miners, all the people that didn't want to have and are now suffering damage. And the other thing that we're really seeing in the last week or two is the new one, the Nova. Big problems, huge, massive problems. So can you still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine. And a question for you, Jim there. Do you think maybe we could record this to our Zoom? Would you like to have this recorded in case this disappears from any platform like YouTube?
I'll record it.
Would you like that, Binna? We could do that for you.
Yeah.
I would like to have this info too, like what you said about the breast lumps, because I have that issue when my hormones get all whack. I have like a golf ball lump on one of my breasts, and it's the most painful thing on the planet that happens the past 6 years, and all doctors, they want to cut me open, do all this crazy stuff, and I'm like, no, I'd rather not have you in there, and it'll go away after a while. But if I could somehow get that fixed from that and so many other crazy stuff that's been happening to me, that would be cool. And that sounds like, I guess, a solution.
Usually, for myself, I've had 2 breast lumps, and I had them confirmed by a nurse, and I never told anyone. I never went to doctors. I've been to a doctor I'm 46. I've been to a doctor in 26 years.
Yeah.
Fucking don't believe in doctors.
I don't either.
It's dangerous. So I dissolved mine internally. I haven't salved my own breast lumps. I have salved a lump under my arm, but I've overseen thousands of cases.
Yeah.
And personally mentored a few hundred. And so far we've had success, but I usually try and work from both ways, because it quite often can be a sulfur deficiency. So getting on MSM and DMSO, quite often cystic lumps in the breast in younger women is a sulfur or an iodine deficiency.
I'm gonna write that down real quick. I need to find my pencil. Hold on.
And they're often benign, and then the doctors go,
yeah, I went to 3 doctors over a couple months when it was the size of a golf ball, and my husband was like, that feels terrifying, go get checked. And I went to 3 doctors, and they were all like, oh, we don't feel anything. And I'm like, it hurts to walk. When I walk, I can feel it.
Yeah, you could definitely salve that. Absolutely.
Sulfur and what else?
Iodine.
Yeah, iodine. Yeah, Lugel's iodine at 15%. You apply that transdermally. It's also a diagnostic. So it's like a purple, 15% purple liquid. You paint the size of your palm. You paint the size of your palm onto anywhere on the wrist. I usually paint a love heart on my wrist. And you will see how quickly that iodine sinks in. Will show you how deficient you are. So if your iodine levels are somewhere near normal, it will take 12 to 24 hours for that patch to sink in.
Yeah.
If your iodine levels are chronic, it will sink in within a couple of hours. I see people and it sinks in within 10 minutes, which goes to show that their body is massively but it only takes about 3 days of
Yeah.
transdermally applying the iodine before you see your levels top up. And you don't feel the cold as much when you take proper dosage of iodine, less grumpy, less irritable.
Oh no, you're breaking up. Come back. Is anyone else writing this down? Just in case.
Yeah, this is great knowledge. I know
Iodine. Everybody should do themselves a favor. Make sure when they're getting salt that it's iodized salt.
Yeah.
Not all salt is iodized.
Jim, did you plan to wear your salt shirt tonight?
He did.
Salty.
I have one more question too, because my dad has this one random friend who's like, I don't want to say conspiracy theorist, but I always like thought he was cool in high school, and he always would tell me about chemtrails, and he was like, "Oh, like your daughter Emma's the smartest kid on this planet right now," and I was like 16. But he would always make with this weird homemade silver, like pure silver. He would melt and then with iodine, and he would put in his eyes, his cuts, or all this crazy stuff. And I remember that's when my dad got type 2 diabetes. He was trying to make my dad do all of that. And then my dad was in a coma for 2 months because he denies he has diabetes because he's like, I'm a tough firefighter. I don't have this. And that's what happened. Then all of a sudden he's like magically better. And my dad will not tell me why he got better. Like, and he's like eats whatever he wants all the time now. He doesn't check anything. Hi, kitty. But I was wondering if the silver iodine, would that be part of it too? Because I do have a vial of that in my cupboard.
Venom may be frozen.
He looks frozen. I would love to invite her to come on the Weaving Spiders show proper on one of these.
I was on mute.
Yeah, we can kind of hear you, Benna.
And the accent, you can't not love their accent. It makes me happy.
Yeah, maybe there's a more appropriate time that we could record an interview with Benna.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not in the middle of her birthday.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I think she was mentioning that skin cancer was like the big deal, and that was in Australia. She was talking about Australia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Probably because of their kind of culture out there. They're probably using all sorts of recommended tanning lotion. And it's the, I believe it's the carcinogens or whatever chemicals are in those tanning lotions combined with the UV heat activation is actually what's causing it, right? Like it's because they flip that script on skin cancer to make us believe that sun exposure was bad for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fear of the wrinkles. If you don't put some cream on your face that has UV on it, you're going to get terrible wrinkles all over your face. But don't forget to reapply every 20 minutes or so. Keep putting that stuff on your face.
They want us to sympathize with the vampires by having an aversion to the sun that we don't need.
The only thing that sucks about the sun is like having tattoos now. Man, my legs are on fire if I'm out in the sun. Like, oh my God. I did not think that through.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you are,
Yeah,
Bennett.
we can hear you.
Yeah, just let me know if I go in and out. So olive oil has an SPF 12, so always apply olive oil half an hour before you go into the sun. You'll actually tan, and it's also very nourishing and good for your joints. So whilst I have like some clear airways, I'll tell you quickly what's in black salve and why it's got to be an escherotic salve. So it's not an Amish black salve, which is a drawing salve, which does work. It is an escherotic salve, similar to the process from Mohs, MOHS. So can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Okay. So you need an appropriate mineral salt, and we use zinc chloride. They're always trying to ban it, but like it's in like baby products and shit, right? And you need an appropriate herb. Now, one of those herbs, we only know of two: bloodroot, which grows in the Midwest in America, and chaparral, which is a Mexican herb, the governess. So those two herbs are what form together to create this escheritic, this fixing. So the black salve is not drawing the cancer. The black salve is taking away the body's innate intelligence that is recognizing, because we all develop cancers all year long, and the immune system just eats them, right? So obviously the mechanism, it gets removed from the cancer, so the body can identify it as something abnormal and foreign, and then it uses its own immune system to eject it. That's why black salve never, ever, ever gets infected. There's a lot of misuse around it, like anything powerful. I inherit all the cases where things went wrong. And so I've written a book, a protocol around how to use it safely, because it is extremely, like anything that's like fire, anything that's powerful is going to need to be used with caution and respectfully and with care. But I would absolutely save that breast, salve that breast, Emma. Absolutely. Like,
yeah, it's been ongoing since like 20 maybe. I'm 26 now.
Yeah.
And
so
like
that's like a sign that your body, whenever your body forms an internal rubbish receptacle known as a tumor, that's a sign from your body that your elimination channels aren't open properly. You're not detoxifying properly. Quite often we're just too full of metals.
Yeah.
And so the body's like, I can't get my toxins out by shitting, pissing, sweating, crying. So I'm going to just contain them in a safe little sack. And quite often that's why when we just stimulate the immune system and clean the body can just naturally dissolve these, because it now has the energy to go in and this little rubbish receptacle. So you did the worst thing you can do is cut.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Direct.
I didn't want them to cut me open and then couldn't work for 6 months or lift anything for like a few months. Like, no, I need a job.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather just deal with the pain and it'll be gone anyway. Like, it'll stay there for a couple months, like 3, and then it'll go away for like a year and then come back for like 6. And it's just a weird thing.
Yeah.
So I haven't had it in a while.
So first the body whispers and then it roars. So initially it's like sort of coming and going, but it's a sign from your body that it needs help. And if it doesn't, if its issues are not addressed, then here, or you could even grow another cancer somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or multiple lumps in the breast, which we've seen. But yeah, pretty much like I have a flawless track record with the work I do, because I don't just do the salve. I do all the the same 4 herbs that are in the salve are also in internal capsules that you take within. So my assistant is from Tasmania, Penguin in Tasmania. She's 56, 57, and she had stage 4 lymphoma cancer when she met me.
Whoa.
And it was reoccurring after traditional treatment. And she did the research. She was just a customer of mine. She did the research and she thought it would take 2 years for her cancer to go from stage 4. But it took 1 year on these capsules, and also B17 apricot kernels, which is a natural form of chemo.
You're kind of cutting off there. I heard you say lymphoma. Was that a Hodgkin's or a non-Hodgkin's? Do you know?
Yep. Non-Hodgkin's.
Can you repeat that again?
Lymphoma. Yeah.
Can you say what you just said again so we can hear that? Lymphoma?
It was non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, stage 4.
Okay. Yeah. These things are becoming more and more common.
So I might and oh my God, it's like the damage that's been done to people now, and people just that have had the thing, just how quickly their cancers are.
Yeah, you're really breaking up a lot now.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, yeah, that's all right, because I'm talking a bit too controversial, so I might just mute myself and do some work.
No, thank you for everything you shared. You've gone above and beyond
Yeah, you're
seems-
gonna help me so much.
Where can we find you, Benna? Or contact you?
Yeah, drop your link in the YouTube or hit us up on Telegram. Please
Yeah,
reach out.
'cause
We'd love to be in touch with you.
I'll definitely
Um,
buy some capsules from you, like right now.
Okay, I can put my assistant's email in the link. We had a website and then we had a lot of persecution from the government last year. But like what I also wanted to say, with like how I just am randomly selling anti-job
Cowpoke stuff.
government sent me so many letters and I've had meetings with them over the years. And I was like, you know what? For fuck's sake, like
Yeah, Zoom is
so
giving us the
frustrating.
your bandwidth is low message.
Oh no.
So maybe mute your video and then provide an audio or text. Because we're all very interested in what you have to say.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's more clear.
Okay, just let me know if you can't hear me. It's annoying. So yeah, so like I've had a lot, like I've been in this for 6 years now, and the government has come after me many times and threatened me, and I've just kind of haven't stopped because it's like, you're asking me to stop fucking helping people, and that's just not in my nature. So I also realized that the reason that they won't persecute me is because that they really don't want the world knowing about black salve and DMSO. So all my meetings are about taking all my social media off, shutting down the website, any content that contains anything about black salve or DMSO. And in October last year, when they hit my YouTube channel up, because I had a recipe video for the black salve on there, and the government kept telling me to take my recipe video down. And
That's crazy.
yeah, and I was just like, and they're like, "Are you gonna do it?" I was like, maybe, and then I was just like, nah. Anyway, so
If you share that video to Telegram, we can make copies of it and reshare it.
Well,
Yeah.
if I've got to find it on my computer because they deleted it. But see, the thing was, they brought me into their office to make me take down the black salve recipe video, which had about 6K views on it. And then when I was in there, I actually filmed them. They didn't know. I took my phone in and I subversively taped the meeting. And it's called Governments Clearly Lie. Black
Yes.
salve DMSO. And then they like tried to make me take that down. And I was like, look, if you were the government, I mean, if you could, you wouldn't be trying. You'd just take
Why
it
would
down.
they
And
bully a
YouTube,
beautiful woman who is trying to help other beautiful human beings?
because skin cancer is big, big, big.
What they
business.
do.
Right, but it's
Yeah.
bad optics to bully people, right?
That's like that's what they do though.
You don't really think about optics when you're possessed by demons. It's a real problem.
Yeah, you gotta remember gaslighting though, right? It's just like they're working real hard to pin you as the bad guy in that respect, right? It's just like they've been demonizing Jim Humble for Master Mineral Solution for effing forever. And by the way, that's what we really should have been talking about when all of a sudden HCQ became the new devil.
Yeah.
This is great stuff. Great
So
stuff.
basically last October when my YouTube got hit, it was the same time that I got, it was just a strike at the time, no content was removed. It was the time I got another letter from the government saying, oh, look, we can see you've just taken your website down, but we've also can see that you're advertising on Facebook and in your group, like a research group on black salve on Facebook, it's quite big. And so we're demanding that you take down all of your content and on your Facebook business page. And I was just like, you know what? I'm fucking sick of this. I'm so fucking sick of you threatening me, but you will not pull the trigger because you do not want the world to know about black salve and DMSO. And I'm actually from the same bloodline as Scott Morrison, as the Prime Minister of Australia. And I have some famous people throughout history in my bloodline. So they clearly just do not want to make me a martyr. So now I just basically am doing what I want, because I'm like, and I literally put up onto, like I said, let's go, yalla, bitches, let's fucking go to court. I got my outfit fucking planned. I got the best suit in mind with the evil eye amulet printed all over it. So, but nothing. Haven't heard.
Yeah,
boo.
let's live stream that. Let's let the world see it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's beautiful. And they ask you kindly to remove your websites and the content that you upload. Did
No,
they?
they don't ask kindly.
Well, what did they
threaten.
say would they say would be the option that you would choose to accept if you don't acquiesce to whatever request that they have for you?
It's up to a few $100,000 in fines or up to 5 years imprisonment for what I
Wow.
do. I'm alive in this world. I am literally all day long committing horrible crimes. All my products have DMSO, and in Australia, it's illegal to put DMSO into any product. You can't even actually sell it, although you can buy it everywhere. And yeah, so basically everything. They even tried to make what you're talking about before, Emma, colloidal silver, not actual real silver, but colloidal silver, which is a fabulous antibiotic, antiviral, antibacterial medicine. No diseases ever. No pathogens have ever created a resistance against colloidal silver, whereas they're constantly growing resistance against antibiotics, which is why you have the super bugs. So they even try and tell me to take that's illegal. So and it just like dealing. You realize once you've dealt with them a few times that there's no like they don't even know what they're talking about. In the interview with me, they're calling it DMSO. And they're like, do you know what it is? And I'm like, yeah, it's transdermal, and it crosses the blood-brain barrier, and la 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 la, it comes from trees. And I'm like, do you know what it is? They're like, all we know is it's illegal and you can't have it. And it's like,
yeah, they're ignorant
that's the
apparatchiks,
mentality you're dealing
exactly.
with. So it's like, fuck them. You know, I'm prepared to go to jail. I've given it a lot of fucking thought. And like I said, now I am basically undoing damage, and people are using it to undo the damage of the arm thing.
Right.
So it's kind of like every single day I'm saving lives. My salve has gone all over the world. It's gone to remote African villages. It's gone to Native American reservations, and one little pot of salve will do many hundreds of cases. So yeah, I've infiltrated this world with the black salve, and I'm like a ticking time bomb, because they really want to keep it quiet, but they also know that I am becoming more and more emboldened and less afraid of them. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens. For years, every Friday, I would like pour a glass of red wine and be like, fucking survived another week without a SWAT team.
So what are the all natural ingredients that grow under God's beautiful sunlight that go into this recipe?
Okay, so it's really simple. It's just zinc chloride, the appropriate herbs, which we use bloodroot, chaparral, graviola, galangal. I sort of mix those herbs up a bit, as long as I keep the main two. I often put neem in there because it's one of my favorite herbs is neem powder. And then it's just a little bit of vegetable glycerin and some DMSO, and it cooks out for about 3 hours. And that's your black salve. But
You're putting this under heat?
Yes, you use heat. It has to bubble. I will show you. I will show you one day.
Yeah.
Yes, please do.
Actually watch it. It can cook while we're doing a art party. I can cook out my salve. Actually, my salve is called Halcyon Art. I think it's what it's called. Oh, you can't see. Let me just show my screen for 1 sec. I'll show you the labels.
Let me.
The salve I do. Probably can't see it very well.
Well, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
Is someone writing this down? I can't see.
We're recording this. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you share it again on the screen?
Hang on.
Yeah. Of course. If Binna has photographs and content that she's posting on social media and websites and things, we'd like to reshare these to our Telegram channels.
Yeah.
So this is what it looks like.
Oh wow.
And then you just apply. That's too much. but you would just cover your breast lump. You just cover it in like that, and then you leave it. It's probably a bit much, actually, probably a bit much. You leave it, you cover it, and you leave it for 12 to 36 hours, and then you wash it off, and then you just watch what happens. And it usually goes white, then it goes yellow, then it goes gray, and then it starts to go really black and thick, and quite often a little bit of pus or blood will leak out at that point.
Yeah.
And then it will just fall out eventually. Myself,
That's crazy. Whoa.
Well, they say it's
That's
scar,
awesome.
but doesn't really scar as the other formulas, but in some cases it will scar. But it's like, well, we wear our scars as badges of honor. Like these are our battle scars. Like every cut from cancer could be a death cut. Like last year I met a guy and he had lost 2 of his friends, both of them in their 30s, had melanomas, both on their head, and they both died within 6 months from metastasis, from just having a simple melanoma cut off. So and he could have just used black salve and it would have just be gone in 2 weeks, like finished. Yeah.
Try something simple before going to something more complex and permanent.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Thank you so much for being interested. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you.
I wanted to ask you, so what other processes are you using to detox the body? Because I follow a process called the mucusless diet healing system. And if you're not terribly sick, then it's just a very long, like a lifelong transition. But because you said some things that key right into the way I understand the health of the body, of having the channels of elimination and the organs of elimination in the body working to their optimal ability to allow. So, I mean, I would explain it this way, that everyone understands the system of blood in the body, and that blood is like your fresh water, but we also have a sewer system in the body, and that's the lymph, the less talked about and less known thing. And I agree that these problems that your black salve solves and that other things solve also almost always stem from some kind of occlusion in the lymph system. So.
This is beautiful. Are we still live on YouTube?
Yeah, I believe so.
People watching the stream.
Okay, so
I have the chat going.
Okay.
So many people have so many different
Oh no.
I think we might have lost her. Oh no, she's still there.
And she cured the work and the parasites.
Yeah, if it's not gonna let your connection be good enough, we can always talk later or something. I was just curious.
Yeah, we've got a lot of good information from you.
Yeah, I don't want to have to struggle to communicate because of the low bandwidth. So let's just make a plan to get together and continue this conversation sometime.
I'm down with that.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
can I stay here just on mute though?
Yeah, you can stay and continue to listen. Yeah.
Yeah, we want you to stay. We just don't want you to have to struggle to talk.
Right. And then we're struggling to listen when the low bandwidth warning is cutting out your speech. So we can't hear every word that you're saying. And it's so important to hear every word that you are saying. That's incredible.
I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, hey, Alan.
Yeah, Jim, what's up?
What about that dark Jar Jar?
It's on my camera, man. You want me to try to?
Well, I was just reminding you later.
Oh yeah, it is later, and it's on this camera here. It's even frightening to me. So I can't even get into the story yet. Maybe a few weeks from now I can.
Yeah.
But I can share the image, and then later in a few weeks I can share the story of it. But it's too soon right now.
I can give a basic synopsis of the theory.
The theory of dark Jar Jar. I'm saying I have a photograph of
Yeah.
a plastic statue that was on someone's refrigerator, and it's just covered in like kitchen grease and
Yeah.
dust, so it looks really kind of creepy. And I took a picture of it, and I want to share the picture of it because it's haunted and cursed and really spooky. I can't share the complete story of it yet, it's too soon, but
I'm down.
Now this is really weird because recently, this might have been at the same time that you were taking the picture, Alan. I made this piece of digital art that to me looked like Jar Jar Binks completely strung out on hard drugs, and I uploaded it to our shared art group that Chance put together. So that makes me curious. How long ago was it that you took the photograph?
I can't be too specific, and I don't want to be much more of a tease because there's reasons why, and I'll share them later.
Yeah, that's okay. If you don't want to answer, it's fine. I was just curious. So
it kind of looks
better
like,
not to answer now. It's okay.
I'll go back full screen.
I'll share a picture to the Telegram channel. It's too bright of a screen on my webcam, but it looks kind of zombified. It looks like a possessed, zombified Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, yay.
I would
funny, 'cause,
totally
yeah,
be
mine
down
too.
for a synopsis of the
Search for
Jar Jar
creative
theory. I've heard it
stage.
before, but I am way down to hear it some more.
Oh yeah, me too.
My assistant is Lisa Green. Cool. Thank you so much. I'm gonna write that down right now.
So
That's in the Zoom chat.
Yeah, Zoom chat.
Cool. Yeah. So we definitely archive that and keep all that stuff. So
I'm about to buy that right now. What's up?
The idea with Darth Jar Jar is that like Jar Jar was kind of this shadow player who was like basically a drunken master, right? Because
right.
what's
I
his
remember this.
angle
This
as a
is great.
Sith, right? Is that so? It's drunken master kung fu being used for dark chi energy, right? That's your Sith Lord angle of it, right? And so he runs around like the fool in the tarot card, right? You know, like the reversed fool where he's knocking everything over and he acts like a dithering idiot.
Yeah.
But, they make because George Lucas made his character kind of like Goofy from Disney, you know, where like he can be clumsy and then like he accidentally helps, you know, which was meant to be funny for the kids and all that stuff. But then you get to a point where why would Jar Jar being a allegedly honorable man, although not a very bright one, like sit there and be like, why would he like accept the nomination to be the senator, right? It's just like, how did he go from accidentally helping win the war in the first movie to being a senator in the second movie, and then he's the one that you know, is the voice that rises up and says, let's give Palpatine emergency powers, right? And so like he's literally this force, this dark chaotic force that now has exploited a military operation of interest to the Republic to begin reconstituting the Republic into an empire to fight these separatist forces, allegedly, right? And so he could have been an agent on the inside the whole time, dealing with the inter-Naboo politics, where he came from as a shadow player of the game who is almost independent, because if he's doing drunken master stuff, probably means he's more of a chaos agent in a sense, a Loki type of character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the master like blend in, like he blended in someone in the background when no one like probably would even second guess him. It's like, oh yeah, Jar Jar, who fucking cares?
Yeah,
And
there's
then, like,
people that have really analyzed the way Jar Jar acts in the second and third films.
His eye movement. I remember when they like screenshot his eye movement when he gives people side eye.
I think because Darth Jar Jar had been around so long at that point, plus the synchronicities of how he's written in to those prequels, and what the finished product is, obviously, that like I think everybody just went with it because a lot of people were really just irritated with him because for the same reason a lot of people were irritated with like Ewoks, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's just like you're coming off of this really mature high that you got from Empire Strikes Back, and then they make this whole kitty like angle that wasn't in the other two films in Return of the Jedi with Ewoks, right? And so like they just keep that going because marketing to children and all that stuff, right? But that irritated a lot of fans that take Star Wars seriously, so they spruced up the canon by retroactively making him a Sith Lord, and I think it's a great angle.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to riff for a second on this, guys.
I saw the picture.
It's a J to the B. Jar Binks.
Oh.
We got a J to the B. We got a Joachim and a Boaz. It's double speak because it's Jar Jar, much like Sirhan. It's double speak. I'm digging it. I think it was a part of the plot all along. I love this.
Yeah, people in Hollywood do shit like this on purpose, and then like, oh wow, you found this Easter egg.
Well, there a lot of it's on purpose, just because like Hollywood's got this certain industry mindset. There's an underlying formula that a movie will take, and especially in certain genres like adventures or whatever, right? You're gonna find the major arcana of the tarot over a numerous amount of scenes archetyping different aspects of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, right? That's why you're gonna see the tarot in these stories, is because you're gonna see the hero's journey in these stories.
I explained that to someone a couple months ago, and they were just like astonished. I was like, every movie, especially nowadays, has like a heroic journey, and like even like look at Mandalorian, how like, or even like the book of Boba Fett, where it's like they show like the humanity of them, like they're fucking up a lot, they're getting beat up, kicked around. So that heroic image you did have of them is kind of like, okay, now it's like the more human, downplayed, sad, like fool or whatever, and then all of a sudden it'll either kick back up, or I forgot which card it was that I was trying to explain it to of the Mandalorian. I had to like go back in those messages and look.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Yeah. And like I personally don't have any problem with that because of its relationship to these occultist themes that are coming from understanding deeper truths in the first place, right? People were complaining about the Loki series, right? The Loki series, because it made it seem like they were trying to turn Tom Hiddleston's Loki into some sort of a bitch, because look at that, he stripped him of his powers here. Like why would he ever be in this situation and talk to these people? Like, it's just like, were you paying attention to how they made all that happen? And and the fact that they're making him an anti-hero for this story, and then there's on top of the fact that there's actual stuff in the Loki series which actually helps make him more appropriate to the Norse mythology, as well as fitting into his proper Jungian archetype through all of these things, because they introduced a female Loki as a second main character of the series. You've got now the anima and the animus of someone's unconscious trickster,
Right? And then they put him in conflagration scenes with explosions and boiling and chaos and cooking them down.
Alligator Loki. That was great.
Gator Loki. Yeah.
It's
I did a whole break. I did a whole
about that.
esoteric breakdown of the Loki series because I
I actually enjoyed
was
that
fairly
series.
impressed.
Like when they had that one part with what's it, that ship that mysteriously like disappeared, the USS something. Remember? And they showed it in the show.
Yes, they did.
And I was like, wow, that's kind of cool.
They had the Eldritch. You know, it's very
That's what it
funny
was.
that ship was called the Eldritch, and it was involved with either a time travel or interdimensional event
Mhm.
in the actual real conspiracy lore that existed because it was all like Tesla tech experiments.
Yeah.
And there's going to be, because this was all tying into Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange's main villains are very Lovecraftian villains, to bring back Lovecraft I mentioned earlier, right?
Yeah.
So the Eldritch is what? It's a host for Eldritch horrors, the Elder
Right.
Gods, right?
You got it.
So that is snuck in there. There's always these little Easter eggs, soft disclosure throughout all these Marvel films. You know, one of the movies, like Black Widow drops, she drops the explanation on Project Paperclip. I think it was in Winter Soldier. Winter
Oh,
Soldier was
yeah.
one of the best. That was one of the best movies out of all the Marvel movies because it was a true story where they changed the names to protect the guilty.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
You know, Zerloth, I bet you would dig my Avengers Tarot correspondence series.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That sounds fun.
Winter Soldier is absolutely the wheel card. It is in Libra. It is the Winter Sojourn. As we dip down into the fall at the fall equinox. Yeah, I gotta freshen that up. I kind of curtailed it and abbreviated all the work, but I should go back and make a nicer production on it. But yeah, I think you would dig that series.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds cool. I'm gonna look that up. What was it called?
It's on Slick Dissident is my YouTube channel, and it's quite a ways back. I've got so much random stuff in there, but Avengers Tarot, I think the title was something like America A Symbol, as in SYMBOL, a symbol. And I've got all of the Avengers movies just locked into place. I have very little doubt on any of them. That each one of them is a tarot card.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah, my favorite is Peter Parker is absolutely the Hanged Man, Spider-Man upside down.
Right.
The
What
cross of
was
Saint Peter.
your YouTube name again? Sorry.
Slick Dissident.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah. And it's a ways back. I should actually look so I can be more accurate.
I could find anything.
so
Don't worry.
Yeah, I see it. It's 10 minutes, right? On your phone?
Maybe, yeah. Let me see here.
I see Winter Sojourn of Fortune. Then you have a few emojis and Temperance.
Yeah, I just found out somebody told me that my emojis don't work on everybody's phone.
I'm on my PC here, so.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so I guess it starts off the most recent one is Mar plus Vel equals the spandex of tarot, which is a Chris Knowles reference.
Mm-hmm.
And then next one is Americans A symbol. And I had to make an amendment because I was inaccurate in one of my correspondences there. But yeah, that's a good one. I think you guys might dig it if you're into tarot.
Can I switch? Okay, yeah. Cool. I'm logged in. Ching subscribed. I'm gonna watch it later.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm a reader myself, so anybody who's got new juice, feeds my game.
Yeah, there's only a few people that I don't think anywhere I could talk to this with besides my mom, and then she'll just zone me out. I'm like, okay, never mind. She's like, you're your dad's kid. I'm like, damn it.
I've got I've got a group of friends where I can talk about this stuff with. It's great. And then,
Nice.
and then I'm meeting you guys here too. So
I kind of have a group of friends from like high school, but they're still like in the not even the tip of the iceberg. They're like still in the clouds. They just listen. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay. I mean, fair
Common.
enough. Because the shit, I mean,
yeah,
you can't talk about
Common.
this really
That's
with
really
most
common.
people.
I made up a word for it, sitting with the gnosis, where you just feel
Ah.
utterly alone in the universe and there's not anyone that actually understands your position. And you feel like you still don't even fully understand it. So there's no referential exterior thing, sitting with the gnosis. So
Yeah. And then if
are you
do
guys
talk
already
about
in
it,
our
you're like, eh.
Telegram?
it's the I joined. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
it's the hermit. It's the hermit phase that
Yeah, exactly.
inevitably comes from.
I
from
feel
going
like I'm in that phase right now for
through
sure.
Yeah. Well, but my thing is that like, we're designed to be like I don't like going to biblical allegories as saying like we're shepherds, but we kind of are. But you can make that allegory outside of the Bible, but people usually just think that way, right? But it's the shepherding approach because of what we see way beyond the periphery of the aperture of their world, right? They want to live in a very narrow spot. Maybe that's because that's why they incarnated here. It's like they're really far behind on the development, and we are still getting out of we're shaking off Kali Yuga energy, like we're in Dwarpa Yuga now or something to that effect. We're in the beginning of the upswing, but we're still upswinging from the bottom, so it's still really bad.
Yeah.
But I've been hearing that the astrology is saying in the next 2 years, that's when you'll start seeing things have a brief paradigm flip that will manifest fully in our lifetimes if we're like under the age of 60. I'm told if you're under the age of 60, you're likely to live to see some better things fully manifest, which is nice.
Is that? I hope so, man.
Yeah.
Dylan Sakosio corresponded Kali Yuga with Caligula.
Yeah.
That was probably the gaslighting of its day too.
Yeah.
They're always going to do that, right? I mean, there's so many akinships to the languages. Some of them are connected way more distantly, and then people think because they can find the one distant connection, they can cognate to completely different cultures, but you can't. You have to leap through different aspects of migratory history, but yeah, you're gonna find those double entendres of meanings all over the place. Often because the unconscious masses are picking it for themselves. It's just like who's gonna be emperor now? We need a guy who represents Kali, right? And that's what you get. That's what you get when you get a guy. We have Kamala as the Veep, and so she's got she's got all sorts of terrible energy around her. Terrible energy.
Eris, goddess of chaos. Even Ocasio-Cortez, her acronym, what is it? ACO is
AOC.
AOC is an anagram for CAO, KO. It's
Oh,
chaos.
True.
And then it's even her whole name is implying the burning of Alexandria, which is what she did when she was hitting the deck on September 6th, allegedly.
You mean Jan 6?
On January 6th, when she felt threatened by the inch erection.
Right. Yep.
she was hiding behind her desk, and her one lone bodyguard wasn't taking orders very well, or wasn't honoring her fear. And her name implies the burning of Alexandria. And then, she went through that whatever psychodrama of whatever that whole debacle was.
Right.
She's quite the aptonym.
What time is it for you guys?
So I've got a piece of music.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm in the 313 right now.
I'm 12:13.
Oh yeah, it's me too. So I've been reading this flamenco guitar book for 8 days, and I tried to put all the little techniques into one little something. So here we go.
Bravo!
Thanks for listening.
That was nice. We heard it,
Sounded like-
but it seemed
sounded
to
like Tool
the
at the
video.
beginning.
Yeah, the video completely froze, but the audio was fine.
Oh, good. I've got a good mic and a terrible camera. So that
Right.
doesn't
It's
surprise
like
me.
it couldn't handle the speed or something like that.
Cool. So that's my contribution. I did some geometry and some flamenco tonight.
We're really testing the limits of Zoom tonight.
Yes, we are. Yeah, when you played really aggressively with some pick noise, it did kind of pot you out for a minute, but other than that, it sounded great.
Jim, are you still with us, Jim?
Oh,
got
at
it.
the end. Thanks.
James Maiden.
Yes.
We could probably end the recording on the Zoom.
All right.
Such a wonderful flow state to inspire creativity and longevity and good health, vibrations,
Yeah,
positivity.
it's definitely working to just kind of bring everybody together in a good way. So it makes me very happy.
my chemicals are balancing themselves. I can feel them inside my head swirling around. Just gonna shake it around a little bit, and I can just feel the balance being restored. The wholeness.
Yeah, we can kind of see it.
Is it coming through in the? Am I glowing?
It's
Yeah.
the glow.
The blue light glow.
Blue light glow. Is that a lamp? I love lamp.
Yeah.
I love lamp.
I love lamp. What are we yelling about? Ooh, what color is it now? Red, pink, bright.
All the colors of the rainbow.
He's glowing. For
That's really bright.
It is bright. Yeah.
The glow light.
Glow up, girls, boys, everybody.
This whole show's a glow up, fool.
Mm-hmm.
Around here, we got to glow up to grow up, y'all. Making art helps your soul grow.
I know. I wish I had like paint or something. Or at least Play-Doh. I feel left out.
Yeah, so I'm just working with Fimo clay, but don't sweat it. There's always next time. And even if you can't jump on the stream, if you catch us on and you got some art supplies, that's the idea, is just fling them
Yeah.
together and start messing around. And it doesn't have to be with a goal either. I've been making stuff with clay for probably 10 weeks now, and I didn't have any goal. And now I've got all these little cardboard boxes full of my weird figurines that I built.
And we used to do that in high school a lot with my friends. We would all smoke weed in my garage because that was like the hangout spot.
Yeah.
And then now that no one hangs out anymore, there's no creativity. And I'm like so sad about it.
It kind of goes that way. It is sad.
Yeah, because it was so fun back then.
This is our rat art party. We're all getting the
I
good.
forgot about the strange rat monkey
What is
thing.
that?
He's hungry guy eating some fruit.
His ears are so disturbing. and
So
cute.
what?
They're like,
I have
his whole appearance. When I saw him, I thought it was fake, and it's like, oh no, this is real. This poor thing's really alive.
Is that a monkey or?
I'm.
I think so.
Is
Yeah.
it a homunculus at this point?
And that's a very excellent question, whether or not something is or is not a homunculus. That's a great.
Like, look at its bottom feet or
It's an,
like
it's an
toes.
artist. It's an artist.
I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
its art is how to eat. That's the how to eat without having to use the. You don't want to have to use the paw.
The art of mukbang. I think it's
Ah.
pronounced mukbang.
Mukbang master.
Yeah.
We're Americans. We say mukbang.
Mukbang.
I'm working on my new rune set because I finally had enough money to get the saw bit I needed so I could bother with making the wood chips.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
And I'm almost done with the set. I gotta redo a couple of the chips because the runes looked sloppy and there was no magic in them.
So what's the specialty saw, if you don't mind me asking? I'm a tool junkie.
I just got a new reticulating like jigsaw.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
like my like it was a hand-me-down from like my brother-in-law, and then all I had to do was like drop like $3 for like the saw bit to fasten to it. And so that gave me something steady that I could get a clean chip slice off the branch of wood I'd been waiting to work with. And now I'm just burning into it and drilling into it to engrave the rune markings on it.
That's cool.
Sweet. Yeah, that's awesome.
I should get my dad to do this. He has a big blacksmith shop with all the old anvils and like all the old style.
Right.
He would probably love to do this because he's
Yeah,
in the middle of
invite him.
nowhere at a cabin. And I'm trying to get him to get like somewhat social with his like cabin because he's like one of those off-grid people.
Right.
Yeah.
And man, if he had an Instagram, I swear he would never have to worry about money again. That's how cool his cabin is.
It's just his Instagram and Etsy. He's gonna need an Etsy page too on that level.
Oh yeah, huh? Oh god. Ugh.
That's funny.
Yeah.
There's so much to teach him. I don't even know Etsy. But I'll try and get him on here, or at least somehow hook up a camera.
Yeah,
in
record
his-
a video and we can play the video. And you
Yeah.
can say, hey,
If we
this
had
is what I
like,
do."
because he has a really cool radio room, the blacksmith shop, and a workshop, and then just
Sounds cool as hell.
a crazy
Yeah.
greenhouse. Like he needs to like show this. He even has like 2 pet road runners.
That's awesome. He would be a huge inspiration with all that stuff. Because he's got the blacksmithing going on, the radio communications. You said a
Yeah.
big greenhouse, so he's
And
gardening
he's
like hell.
funny. He's so
That's
funny.
awesome. That's
His
awesome.
humor is dark. It'll be great.
Perfect.
I need to
Even
get
if he doesn't want to come on a live stream, if you just throw your camera on him and start asking him questions and walking around and getting him talking, that would be at least footage that you've got to show people.
Man, that
'Cause
actually be really funny.
It's nice to have a badass dad. I'm happy for you to have a cool, chill dad. You know.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He had his crazy moments when I was a kid, but he's like way better now. I think he's just too high energy and too much stuff was going on back then at the fire department. Because like in California back then, that's when all the fire departments were getting screwed over by the state. So
Yep.
like he was in the small town that turned into like the biggest county in the United States. And it was like a huge pay cut and like all that. It was bad.
Well, that's a
Yeah, that's
story you
good.
could ask him about and record a short video where he can just explain, hey, what happened to the county and what happened with the fire departments and the
Yeah.
jurisdictions and what happened? Could you, in your own words, explain this story to us?
There'd be a lot of cussing involved.
That's right.
That's okay. We don't shy away from colorful language.
Yeah, I need to go see him. He lives like 5 hours south. I need to go see him next time on the trip when gas isn't $7 a gallon. I'll go.
Is it really that high?
Yeah, where I'm at.
That's pretty nutty.
It sucks. My car used to be like 30 bucks to fill up premium. Now it's like 88, almost 90.
Yeah, that's nutty.
Yeah, it sucks.
Sorry
I'm
to
like,
hear that.
okay, I'm just gonna go to work and home.
It's really all you can do until they'll change it back. They won't just keep driving it forever. I mean, they might.
They
but
might.
They've always done this. You know, they've always gouged the price and dragged it down over and over again like this for years.
Yeah, it's like
they
a
have.
50-year cycle going back to the 1970s.
In 2008, I
What
remember.
happened with the gas crisis? People were lined up around the block.
They've always played this game without the ability for people that were catching on to have like a big global social conversation about it. And
Yeah.
so like all these other people that are trading around the world, there's stuff happening that is really not good for the ability to bounce this money back, right? Because when you've got people interested in trading, I heard that China wants to buy Russian oil on the yuan,
Yeah,
right?
I heard that too.
And that's not allowed to happen. It's not supposed like America's supposed to have a certain authority to stop that from happening, right? One of the ways that there's basically a system built into the U.S. Treasury. Some people have heard about it by now. But it's connected to the petrodollar system. It's called the Exchange Stabilization Fund. Basically, whenever something happens in the world that affects the value of the U.S. dollar, the Exchange Stabilization Fund kind of crunches the numbers and tells you what the situation is like, and then there's protocols that can lead up to declaring war, as propositions for getting the result of bringing the value of the dollar back, right? We're not, this shouldn't, these sanctions should not be hurting us, but we all know that we're suppressing domestic oil production, and that's on top of the fact that we're just suppressing every other form of alternative energy that isn't something ridiculous like part-time wind and part-time solar.
I've got a calendar here from 1972, and some monkey mechanics are in this. It features I think it's a chimpanzee from the Allen Family Electric Company.
Nice.
And you can, I don't know if you can see the dates on there, but they match up almost exactly with the 2022 dates. So if you're looking at the numbers 4, 11, 18, 25, or the numbers 3, 10, 17, 24, and 31, they all line up here on Friday. So 3, 10, 17, 24, and 31. But in the year 2022, they line up on Thursday. So when I'm saying it's a cycle, what is 2022 minus 1972? 50 years ago? Do you see what I'm saying by cycle?
Yeah. And Chance is just talking about the 52-year cycles too. Is a thing. 52-year cycle is very much a real thing where there's
That's what my
always
mom said.
significant events happening.
Which
every
is
52 years.
so odd that I found a bunch of calendars from 1972. I can't share the other ones. Well, I probably could because they are covered up. Again, here I am teasing you.
Find encrypted messages in the Playboys again.
I'll allow the calendars to tease you. I mean, the images can do that on their own.
You got those Betty Page pinups telling you all about the Illuminati.
Betty Page.
Hey, I think I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks for listening, guys. Thanks for everyone who read the books earlier. Those were great.
All right, brother.
Have a good one, man.
Thanks for joining.
1971. It's the teaser calendar line.
Teaser.
1971. Yes. I think this is the one I could maybe show you. I'll have to. Yeah, so there's a
oh god,
a picture. If I can kind of share this. And then there's, you can lift it. And you can
oh, that's cool.
It's a literal teaser. I don't know if you can see that too clearly.
That's cool.
All right, that makes
Is
sense.
it just a guitar, or is there? Are they all like that?
There's things that are painted on.
Huh?
You see, so it's literally a teaser calendar. So
that's funny.
Yeah, you walk up
Choose
to it.
your level of tasteful.
There's a transparent level here.
That's cool.
It's kind of a teaser,
Wow.
What's Jim making in the background?
Everything.
Everything.
Jim is working on a fine art bronze project, and I think what he said is that he's in the process of completing a mold. So it's probably really arduous, redundant work. Mold making is
sucks.
Well, it doesn't suck because you get what you want.
That's true.
But it's
just
not
heavy
the
after.
pleasure of sculpting, or anything like that. But I mean, I love mold making, but it's probably one of the most challenging mental energies I've ever had to put out. Is like you're up against, especially if there's an undercut that goes up underneath, to where the mold can wrap all the way around, like more than 180 degrees, because you have to break the panels up, and like you really have to do it carefully, and even then it might trap itself to the art, so you can't get it back off again. And if the sculpture or whatever you're molding is delicate, then you could destroy the art in the process, and if it's someone else's art, it's a big deal. You can't like get a one-of-a-kind piece of artwork and agree to a contract to mold it and then destroy it. If you do destroy it, you better figure out how to put it back together and good enough that the artist didn't notice that you broke it. So it's challenging.
I don't know. That. Or like my brother has like a bunch of 3D printers in his game room, and he's gotten so good at it where I'm just like, dang, that's what I want to do next.
Yeah, you could skip a lot of the steps in the process of old-fashioned mold making and everything using that 3D printer, because you could just print the mold itself.
Yeah, he printed a life-size Terminator like head with a neck and like some other crazy stand. It took 32 days straight of printing.
Wow.
24
that's
hours.
Hardcore. Yeah, that's hardcore printing.
And it came out perfect. Nice. And he sold it to his friend who's like a professional painter now for like miniatures for like Warhammer 40K and like some other crazy games that we all used to play. And that thing came out so cool.
Sounds great.
I used to yeah, I know a bit about that mold stuff because I used to watch Face Off on Sci-Fi Channel back
Oh,
then.
I did too.
It was one of the
Yeah,
only
yeah.
shows. It was one of the only shows of its genre that I was into because it was like making cool like monsters and aliens and stuff like that. So I was totally into it. You know, I respected the judges because of their resumes. It was a great show. And they would always have like it's like the big like question for everybody doing their thing is always like, oh man, did I set the mold right? You got to crack it open. We're on this huge you know, we've only got so much time, you know, because you're constantly under the time pressure. It's a time pressure
Yeah, yeah.
competition for that stuff, and so like if that cowl, if that mask is screwed up, you could be completely screwed and have a terrible.
Yeah, I used to watch it a little bit. My girl was into it, so it reminded me a lot. Most of the stuff they were making is more like one-time use, you know. So that's to me that's a very trippy divergence from the stuff that you're trying to make, so that you could use it again and again, you know.
Oh, she has a black cat too. Yay.
I love that your lizard just totally chills on you, man. Does he like come find you if he's bored and like just climb up on you?
Um,
Or is it more
no,
like you're
I
encouraging him and placing him there and he'll just stay?
sometimes it's like my house is like kind of like there's too many things that he's compelled to climb that are gonna like stuff will get like knocked off or whatever.
Right. He wants to
So
get up high. I
yeah,
understand. Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So like he can't be like I only let him go unsupervised basically in my room where I don't mind if he knocks over even nice things on my shelf. I
Right.
just take that risk, but then the rest of the house is kind of like nightmare. So he's often just in his habitat, and like I'm just prefacing all that just because it's just like I haven't had the time to like have him in the environment where he's just sitting there and I can like work on calling him over. Like, so I've seen videos of some people with their iguanas, and their iguanas are actually like responsive like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's not like that. It takes asking him if he wants to like be here,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, hey,
and,
you want to kick it? Right.
whatnot. Because he happens to be like fairly chill tonight. You know, it's just like there's times where I can sit there and he'll sit there with me for like, you know, a whole hour or whatever. Like I'll go live on my channel and whatever I'm doing, he might sit there for most of the show. And that's hard because he's really big now. And so when he's on top of my head,
Yeah, it's
you
heavy,
know,
right.
I might not have it's not that he's heavy, it's just that I may not have enough skull space for him to freaking plant himself comfortably.
Yeah, yeah.
But he might want to be up there because their compulsion is to get to a nice, high, safe place. I used to have bearded dragons, completely different kind of animal. They didn't mind, they didn't like getting really high up. They did like getting some elevation as a precautionary, but they're very much like on the ground, right? These guys are tree dwellers. But yeah, but no, I love it when he's like this because you know these are the cool moments where he's just chill and like I can act like he's not there and then he's not a distraction, but he's with me as a companion while I'm doing some other work. That's always nice.
Yeah, a friend of mine had iguanas when we were in high school, and so it gives me fond memories, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did quite a bit of research. I was really worried, like, is this gonna work? Am I gonna like? Because what was gonna kill me is if he never acclimated to me, where we're like, you know, where I can do all this stuff with him. So is he gonna be one of those guys where it's gonna be always biting, always whipping, but like,
yeah,
you know, by the time I had him for about 2 months, he was starting to get responsive to me, and you know, and then like 3-4 months in, you know, he's been like this for the most part. It's been fantastic.
Great.
Yeah, rub, buddy. Yeah.
What do you feed him?
They're herbivores. So, leafy greens, fruits, things like that. The kale, Swiss chard, broccoli, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, bananas. They love bananas. A different mix of things. I got blueberries going into my garden this year, so I'm hoping I can feed them well enough with those.
Nice.
Yeah. As well as Swiss chard and a few other goodies for him.
What part of the country are you in?
Me, I'm in the Northeast.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
New England area. Lovecraft.
All right. That's cool. Yeah, I'm in the Midwest, and it was very late in life that I realized how well blueberries grow around me. I didn't know that as a child. Grew up and came home to find out that my folks had just amazing blueberries in the backyard.
Mm.
Well, all right. I think the last coat of rubber.
Nice.
So I got to do a mother mold on that side. And then next week I'll be able to pour some axe blades out of wax.
Yeah, that's right. Axe blade.
So that'll be fun.
I'll be curious to see what you get.
Yeah, me too. It's always the exciting part, popping them out.
Well, you know what? That just gave me an idea. If you wanted to make one in wax, we could send it to someone who invests stainless steel, and then we could take that stainless steel and have them yet ship it again to a friend of ours' mom, and we could make it the shiniest axe anyone's ever seen in their life.
Ooh, what are we talking about? I missed it.
We got Jim's in the process of molding and making an axe. Now I assume it's going to be bronze, Jimmy.
Ooh,
Yeah, bronze.
that's cool.
So I was exaggerating the idea to okay, if Jim's already going to have a mold, then we could easily make a wax pattern and send it to someone who does invest stainless steel instead, or just regular steel, I guess. But I was thinking then we have another friend whose his mom's business is to polish stainless steel. And so I was, of course, let's do this. Let's make a stainless steel axe that's so shiny that you can't hold it out in the sun without
That's
blinding
cool.
yourself.
I'll be down with that.
Are you going to name it Lindsay Borden?
Well, I mean, maybe I'd let you name it Lizzie Borden. I don't know if I would.
I'm going to do some fun things. I'll be able to make multiple axe blades. So
nice.
Got a lot of possibilities with it.
My last piece, I'm almost done because my legs are getting cold, and I'm sure my poor little dog is cold laying in his bed. But I made a beautiful flat piece of clay, and I'm taking my stamps and a little bit of ink, which I usually don't use, and I'm writing Jar Jar Binks is a Sith. And then I'll bake that. I'll bake that in the oven.
Jar Jar Binks is a what?
Sith.
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 Oh, a Sith. Oh, a Sith. Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's great. How does that Lindsay Borden poem go? The limerick?
Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her father 40 whacks, and when she saw the job well done, she gave her mother 41. But I might have the mother and father in reverse there.
Yeah. So that limerick encodes the magic square of the moon in a major way. 9 by 9 magic square of the moon multiplies out to 81 squares. 40 plus 41 gives you the 81 squares of the moon, and it even has the word wax, which the moon waxes and
wanes.
And she was a lunatic, so we can assume it was probably on a full moon when she did the deed.
Yeah.
And
allegedly.
the nine numerology, is also kind of nice as well. Because you got the nines, the two nines there, then the 81, which reduces to 9. So that's the 999.
Yeah, man.
And nine's a holy number in the Norse cosmology.
Nice.
I could tell that you and Gabriel could sit on a bus. We should get you guys together and send you on a bus just to sit and have is the most encoded conversation you possibly can and record it and just see
Yes.
the people's reactions.
We will
I'd
call
love
it
to do that.
Private Conversations on Public Transportations.
Hey, that's a great title, Alan. That is a really good title, man.
You
Private
guys have like the
Conversations on Public
ASMR
Transportation.
aspect to it though. Like you both have
Yeah,
like
yeah,
microphones
exactly. Mic
really
everything up really
close.
tight.
I whisper to you and you whisper back to me. Whisper to me now. I'm ready to receive.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
I love that it's going to be on a bus.
Yeah.
Make sure it's not like any bus though. It has to be like in a city bus.
Yeah, my preference would be if we could get it on a bus, like leaving San Francisco and going to Oakland around 6 p.m.
Dude,
you know.
Oakland is terrifying. I was just there. Oh my God.
That's usually the main go-to city. I tell people, like, if they're complaining, like, well, it's not Oakland, so you're all good. You
Yeah.
can.
I was gonna get
we
a
need
job
a few other
there.
plants sitting on the bus with cameras, kind of.
Oh yeah,
hiding,
definitely. We
pointed.
need to produce the whole thing as effectively as we could.
But I
if
want
we're
to
really going to
dress
go
up
from
in a
San Francisco
coat.
to Oakland, we're going to also need some gunmen to
Ooh,
protect
yeah.
ourselves just in case anything busts out.
Stay strapped or get clapped, homie.
Either that
For real though.
or
That's
just roll
beautiful.
around
Say
with
that again. What was that sentence? I want to hear that one more time, please.
You want to
They-
wear a coat?
Oh, wait, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta wear a coat and get like a fake mustache though, like those old like spy movies, and act like you're on the phone, but we're secretly
Yeah,
recording from different camera angles.
Yeah.
Can you like participate, or are you too dark?
Yeah,
for
it's
this?
really suspicious. This person on public transportation is reading a newspaper. They keep reading the newspaper, and it's really close to their face. I'm really
Yeah. My brain figured it out. Stay strapped or get clapped. That's what you
Yeah,
said.
stay strapped or get clapped. That's the Oakland way.
private conversations
it really
on public
is.
transportations.
you
That's
just
too short. He'll tell you.
just roll around with a couple of Jim's axes strapped to your back.
Yeah, that might help, honestly. I mean, I'm sure that would just give people in general a feeling of respect. Like, hey, look at that guy's got axes.
Two of
Super
them.
shiny,
Yeah.
blinding, just by the
Stainless
sight.
steel. Yeah. Would it be cool if we could polish them to be so shiny, but also paint them with glow in the dark paint so that then when it gets dark, they're still as shiny or even more shiny? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Nice.
I like this idea.
We
Take
could
that
carve
just
carve
anywhere.
some, oh, go ahead.
I
What
didn't
was
hear
that?
you.
Oh, I was gonna say we could carve some runes in them, and then
It could be like the axe from the new God of War. Those ones look sick in those games.
If you're gonna carve runes in them, I would definitely consult with Balderson and Rachel first, just to be sure exactly which ones are the most appropriate to carve in there.
well, yeah,
An axe.
Consult the experts.
definitely.
It's the one that
You
says
need to-
bad motherfucker on it.
Can we all just
Well,
take a moment to
what-
appreciate the fact that we have amongst us runic consultations that we can perform? We can consult the experts who know the runes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, of course, I
Runic
love that.
consultancy.
One will say
That'd
bad
be a cool company
motherfucker.
name.
You can
The other-
you can
Yeah.
ask me too. You can ask me too.
Okay.
I do the runes.
Yeah, you're working on.
Because I was gonna
yeah.
say for an axe, just like anything like this kind of stuff, the thorn rune, Thorisage, because it's a weapons rune. It's associated with Thor. And Thor's gets his name from basically the invocation of this rune, Thorisage. And so it's about boundaries and protection, right? And that's why we arm ourselves, because it creates boundaries and it creates protection. So it's about those offensive and defensive measures.
Like the
Nice.
beautiful rose has a thorn to protect it.
And that's exactly what the rune is designed to represent. It shows you a straightened line, and then it's got this jaunting triangle popping out the side. That's the thorn on the stem of a rose. But also when you it shows it can also be a man, and you're looking at the profile of his belly, and that's not to say that he's fat. It's that he's got a very strong core.
It's the ultimate or the peak performance, as you'd say.
Peak
Right.
performance.
Peak performance. Exactly. He's got a
This is
strong,
the
he's got a
ideal
strong
shape of
core.
a man's body.
Right.
You might not like it, but it's true.
But this is what it looks like.
Yeah, something like that. Actually, I made a meme because like back in October I started exercising, and so I made this meme. I think I made it in December, and I took my before picture around then after I'd just been doing just a couple weeks, was starting to feel better, and so I did before, and I show a picture of me standing there with my shirt off where I'm at. You know, I'm heavy set and whatnot, and then next to me is the picture of Thor from the new God of War Ragnarok, because they decided to make another fat Thor. Right? And then I go to the after, and instead of showing a picture of me, because I'm not there yet, I just say what did I say? I said work in progress, but the art I show is from some, it's just an old Norse painting of Thor looking really, really ripped and good, right? So it's just like, well, I'm this Thor right now. I'm fat Thor. I'm gonna be ripped Thor in a few months.
Nice. How's it going? Is it still going good for you?
It's going really, really well. I'm doing a lot of bicep work right now. I got to get my pull-up game on. I'm gonna need it for some mountain climbing, because I have a quest.
Nice.
Because about a month ago, when there was still when there was a last snowfall, my friend for the first time wanted to take me up to this place in New York off the Hudson River called Breakneck Ridge, and it's a mountain to climb called Breakneck Ridge, and so it's icy and snowy. There's a path. There's signs telling you there's going to be falling rocks and you're going to die, and then, you know, so me and my friend are having at it, and my exercise had helped a great deal because you know, I was well stretched and everything else, but I was really bad with my footwork with all the ice, despite having good boots for the climb, and I made all these poor decisions, and like it was just bad and went nowhere. But like, you know, me climbing this mountain is now like a test, and what's really kind of funny is that when I'm making the approach, I'm looking at how the mountain looks on the other side of the water, because it's kind of like the same system combined. And I swear to God, it looks kind of like a dragon head, like the way it kind of peaks up. There's this one kind of like indent in the side of the mountain that's kind of round, and it looks kind of like an eye. So like an eye socket. Like, is this a mud fossil of some sort? Am I literally am I climbing Jormungandr? Is this my Ragnarok? So this mountain climbing expedition is my Ragnarok. So I've been going through the conditioning for that. It's been great. Like I've trimmed down to like, I was like a 38 waist. I'm now like a 36, possibly inching towards a 34 waist. I'm getting better performance from my joggings and all this stuff, and I'm doing the pull-up conditioning, and it's all good. It's been a nice transformation. I'm definitely working with Thor.
Nice, man. That's great.
Body in motion stays in motion.
A beautiful testimonial.
Yeah.
And it's not, and that's not even in this. It's not even like, and like you're literally hitting me like I'm in the middle of the story. I mean that's the end of the story because I'm in the middle of the story. I'll have to give you an update when I've actually.
We'll be curious to hear how the story continues for sure.
Yeah, and it's sadly it won't be as tough because now winter's over, right? So my opportunity to do it the hard.
I don't know. You might knock on wood. Say now it won't be tough. You never know what might happen. It's the side of a mountain.
Right.
Good
right.
good weather helps, but you never know. If you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
to
It's like this isn't like crazy mountain climbing. Like it's almost family friendly, but it's kind
Oh
of
yeah, I understand. You still got to go up, but you're not tying off with ropes and having all these
yeah,
you know.
precisely. You know,
I have
it's
some
like
family-friendly testimonials for the Weaving Spiders Welcome Show that I'd like to share at this point, if it's a good point in the conversation to share
Yes,
them.
please.
Since this is our flow state, and I'd like to share this work here. Let me know if you can see the screen.
Oh my god.
It's zoomed
Sorry,
pretty far
it's a
right
video.
there,
I have to
Alan.
play the video. Let's see
Oh,
if I
that's
can
right.
get
I remember. Okay.
the video. Okay.
oh boy.
Okay, yeah, so this is an authentic Weaving Spiders Welcome testimonial. I told the witch doctor I'm sad. Sad backwards is das, and das not good. He prescribed Weaving Spiders Welcome.
Oh my god.
That's great.
I'll play it again. Here's the next one. This is another authentic Weaving Spiders Welcome testimonial.
Chill.
And say, thou it has not yet been emptified. The bottom of mine kibble bits chalice is once again uninvisible, and my ejection chasm shall never be unkissed. WSW speaks truthfully. This is a
Now that one's like almost sublimated off the deep end there, Alan.
and I'm not sure exactly who left this review. Was
They
it
didn't sign it?
or the owner?
I don't know if it was the cat or the owner. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, so here's the witch
that
doctor
foot.
one again.
That foot.
That's
Damn that
terrifying.
foot.
Ooh
That
ee
foot, that
ooh
foot.
ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. I think was too much of a text to fit into the review, but it's there. It's 4 stars. This is an authentic Weaving Spiders Welcome testimonial from anonymous listeners who appreciate what we're doing here tonight.
Funny how they're all anonymous. I wish they'd leave more names.
I
we
wish
wanna be
we'd
in
have
touch with
less
you guys.
cowardly listeners, but you know,
Less cowardly. Is that what you said?
I'm liking Krista in the chat room's vril and chill. Oh, she said chi. I thought she said vril and chill, like a joke. She
That's
said
funny.
vril and chi. It should say vril and chill because that'd be kind of funny.
That'd be a good one.
Krista's pretty serious about her vril.
Oh man.
Okay,
SB,
yeah.
I love your response to that one.
It's time to get vril.
You sublimated off the deep end.
I'm done. I'm done.
You know, and I realize in that witch doctor music that they mention Walla Walla, Washington, because it's like ting tang Walla Walla.
Oh,
Bing
yeah.
bang. So the
The
bing
shirt I'm
bang
wearing,
comes out of
the
Walla
Hot
Walla.
Poop shirt. That's Hot Poop's one of his slogans. Walla Walla Bing Bang.
Yeah, you guys are familiar with this song about witch doctors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to sing it? I can sing it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw the witch doctor, and this is what he said. He said, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. I don't remember the rest of it, so that's all you
Oh
can
yeah, that song. Yeah.
So,
Ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Sorry, I had to do
For
that.
me, my one association, I said in a chat room way earlier before I even joined in when you guys were bringing it up, it was just it was Mel Blanc, so it sounded like Bugs Bunny, so I always think Bugs Bunny, but like it was just something where it was like it was a voiceovering for like a radio like advertisement or something like that, and he was just saying you've been endorsed or you won a prize from the Wishy Washy Washing Machine Company of Walla Walla, Washington.
Right.
And and I always just loved his delivery of that. I always thought it was a riot.
Well, the funny thing is that Acme Manufacturing literally used to be in Walla Walla, and I think the Walla Walla Washing Machine Company was a real place. They also used to make Lincoln Logs in Walla Walla, but I remember seeing
It
there was
burned
an old
down.
map. That's right.
The,
It burned
the
down.
Lincoln Log plant burned down.
Yeah.
But I mean, like
fireworks.
back in the day, there was a lot of intelligent like cultural references in Looney Tunes and stuff like that.
Right.
they started they started taking out the stuff that was smarter and for the adults, like after like the 80s.
Yeah, I
You know
remember.
that, and then everything was getting kind of It's just like the kind of like the last hurrah that felt anything like classics.
Yeah.
Was when they did the Space Jam movie.
Yeah.
Like that was like the last time the Looney Tunes like acted like Looney Tunes.
Mhm.
And that was before everybody decided that half these things they were doing were that racist.
Yeah, atrociously wrong forever.
Right. I mean, they definitely had back in like maybe the 30s or 40s or whatever. They definitely had a whole lot of that. Like they would they would literally like animate like a blackface like performance or something like that, or they would have like some jungle scene and grotesquely like inaccurate.
Oh yeah, we've most of us
Aborigine
have seen the Jungle Book or whatever. We get it for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I'm not saying that that's right or okay, but I say we just accept history to whatever degree it falls in. And if it's not absolutely derogatory, then what's the harm in still potentially enjoying it, or even just cringing at the derogatory parts and rolling your eyes and still appreciating the historical context and whatever entertainment value remains. But
Right. Well, exactly. I mean, it's like
most of us feel like that, but the small minority pipes up and they get the voice of the media behind them, and then we're all supposed to fall into sway under the brainwashing, and if we don't, then we're Trump loving Nazis or something, right? It's just the world's become utterly strange that they categorize everything either or when it's always yes and it's almost never just either or.
Sure. And at the end of the day, the only argument is, look, if there's that much suffering going on in the world right now that you're complaining about this, then stop complaining about this because you're distracting yourself. Now go fix your problems.
That's right.
Yep, I agree.
It's just like there's a problem in inner city Detroit. Go solve that problem. Let me go laugh at the person who looks like a monkey.
People. Yeah. You suck.
I think James is onto something here. James Maiden in the chat sends us a song. It's Ooh Ee Ooh Ah Ah Ping Pang Suite 279 307 South 9th Avenue Walla Walla Bing Bang zip code 99362 Ting Tang Walla Walla Bing Bang.
Nice.
Yeah. It kind of rolls off the tongue. It's lyrical. It's melodic.
If you can decode that address, you can send something to any spider you like.
Yeah, Krista is going to send us an invoice for using the Vril and Chill that she's copywritten. So yeah, send us invoices to the Walla Walla WSW offices.
Yeah, that's one of the things we actually enjoy the most is getting a good invoice.
The stream is on, and for the record, I get to have like 5% credit on Vril and Chill.
Okay, yeah, I could see that because if she didn't actually say it, and you were the one that first put the combo together, then you definitely you might want to have a negotiation with Krista.
Sure. We have to go. We have to hit the Robert Sepper circuit, and we have to get that popular every time he does a Vril documentary.
Oh, that's great.
That's funny. I like the idea of a Robert Sepper circuit. It makes me think of like at least a dozen or more Robert Seppers all vying for position, trying to ramp up crowd size.
In little go-karts.
Yeah. Well, they could have part of the ritual be that they have to steal the go-karts from the Shriners to race them.
Yeah. Actually, the only thing you have to do is successfully feed that damn goose. You have to be like a hardcore Robert Sepper fan to know what the goose
and not flinch when you feed them.
Not flinch because the geese are vicious. That's the geese. Those are that's Mother Frigga's That's her. Those are her enforcers.
Yeah, when we were busy on the live stream, the legal documents were filed, and Krista owns it 100%.
All right.
She's gonna send the invoice, so we
Snoozy
got to.
loos.
Yeah,
Send your platypus bills to.
we're going to have to budget the shows better, because if we keep using Krista's trademarked and copywritten words and phrases and idioms, then we're just gonna go bankrupt here. We gotta budget our words and vocabulary a little more efficiently and effectively tonight, I think.
I'll buy that for $1.
When is Krista coming on the Weaving Spiders?
Oh, probably never.
She can have like
Krista's like an absolute genius, savant level occult and esoteric knowledge research person, but she's a little bit shy. I don't know if she wants to come on the show. She might come on just by voice. Now, maybe saying that she doesn't want to, I'll talk her into it. That would be my pleasure if this reverse psychology works and Krista joins us.
She can do like extreme backlighting and a voice augmentation, but we just gotta have her on live one of these days. I would love to have her.
Now you're onto something that I'm really interested in, Gabe. And this subject this is all one subject. So if we did make a way so that people could safely call in or connect, so they're completely reassured that their connection is absolutely secure, and that their voice and their video can be augmented in such a way that they're completely confident that their identity is safe, then we could get a whole bunch of people who might.
And we can simplify this real quick. Email, interview, text, and then we publish a text interview into the Weaving Spiders Welcome magazine.
That would work too.
Yeah.
We spend a lot of time just chit-chatting back and forth, and a lot of this could be summarized in a Weaving Spiders Welcome digest in text format as a magazine or a fanzine in some format. And there's a lot of people we'd like to interview, but they might not want to stay up late or join a roundtable symposium. And we could just organize an interview through text or through a forum format, and then edit it and send the interview to the interviewee and say, is this looking good? Is this you like this format? You like this layout? And then we publish it. Not everyone needs to provide an interview on camera, on voice, on video.
Well, I get that, but I mean, you're missing my point, which is I want all these fancy doodads to make the show more interesting, for us to talk to people that sound like the clown from
right.
I can't think of the movie, damn it.
It?
No, the one where you're trapped and you have to solve the puzzle or you get cut in half.
Oh, Saw?
Oh,
Saw. Thank
Jigsaw.
you, yes. Yeah, Jigsaw. So
Okay. Yeah. So then when we conduct an interview through text, through email, then we can post on the screen the text of the interview, and then we can have actors dramatically read the text.
This is great. Now we're fucking getting somewhere.
Oh, yes, like a dry read of Shakespearean theater.
Yeah, only it's Weaving Spiders Welcome 2D.
I was thinking more like 2020 or ABC Nightline News or something. Or, Chris Hansen on The Catch a Predator, where he has to read the chat logs. We could
catch a myth. To catch a
Chris
myth.
Hansen almost caught a case.
Yeah.
I remember that he went and did all that, please have a seat on the couch, and then they caught him like coming out of a restaurant with a 17-year-old girl or something like that.
No.
No.
It's in the chat.
Who predates the predator? Who catches the catcher?
That just made me imagine a predator with a use-by date. I don't know why, but that's what popped into my head. Like you grab the predator and you turn him upside down and like, bro,
it's
you're
like
totally expired. We got to throw you out and get a new predator.
I was thinking like a responsible parent. So you want to date my 13-year-old daughter? Well, you have to go on a pre-date with me so that I can know that you're an actual creep. So then you can go on a date with my daughter, and then my daughter will never date until she's an adult because she's an underage girl. So I'm going to predate the predator to teach my daughter the lesson to not talk to creepy men on the internet.
I kind of did that in high school. I had to predate the Jehovah's Witness girl. Like I went over and had Bible studies with her dad at the kitchen table and helped make dinner, and then I talked her into moving out of her house, and my mom was so cool and chill that she let her just move in with us. So I think we drove that poor man to an early heart attack, but he was a son of a bitch, so I don't really feel that bad about it.
Aren't all Jehovah's Witnesses like less than 1 year old because they don't have birth dates?
Technically, absolutely, yeah. It's the most culty of the cult, in my opinion.
I would very much like to interview Jehovah's Witnesses for the Weaving Spiders Welcome Digest. That's just kind of a working title.
That's a great idea.
We'd probably have to get them to either they would need that complete anonymity that we were talking about, or we'd have to trick them into the interview and then publish it unbeknownst to them, which is kind of immoral and unethical.
Jehovah's Witness, they're kind of like Gnostics, if Gnostics believe there were any like answers to escaping the demiurge. That's basically
that's pretty accurate, bro. I would have to agree with that. That's pretty damn accurate.
Yeah.
So it's just a publishing company, those bastards.
Right. We're in the mindset, hey, we have a show, we have a live stream, we have a podcast, we have something we'd like to interview. It's like we could extend them the opportunity to do a text interview where we can ask them 10 questions and then they can respond at their leisure through text and email, and then they can compose them thoughtfully.
Yeah. I'm down. I'm interested in that idea.
Mail order magazines, that's the future, right? You can't censor our pieces of paper. Xerox copied fanzines.
Well, they can, but it's a huge pain in the ass to be following around mail trucks and trying to determine for sure which are, you can't just bust in and start opening all the mail. They know that doesn't go well. I'm sure they've tried it.
Well, if Binna has recipes and information and secrets and things, we could print it on paper with ink and then publish our text interviews and then send them to the listeners.
That was an interesting topic I came across. Program to Chill podcast. He was going in on a guy who goes by the name Jimmy Falun Gong.
Ever heard of that?
Yeah, I follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, really interesting researcher. He's kind of coined this term called the tinfoil left, and I enjoy his work, although I don't agree with everything. But he was really delving into the history of governments performing like blatant mail fraud, where they basically get into your mail, read your shit, and seal it back up like nobody ever touched it.
Right.
And what was kind of shocking to me was how long they've been at it, how good they are at it at this point.
Yeah.
And pretty much any time you get your mail and it's got like a funky fold to it where it looks like it just got creased, but it's like perfectly creased, like it seems to have been ironed or pressed into that perfect fold of imperfection, it's probably them covering up their handiwork.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. It's nice to think that someone's opening my mail. God
Yeah,
knows
you
I'm
kind
not
of
opening it.
you have to kind of you have to try and have a couple of fail safes to the best that you can, things that kind of prove that things were done. Like it's why back in the day, like they had like royal seals. You always saw it in the movie with the wax and the emblem from the ring or whatever. This whole situation.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty amazing how long they've been at it, and there's in that context nothing new under the sun, so to say.
So I was thinking that they were able to like x-ray them or scan them in some way so that they can actually read through the paper.
Yeah, at this point I think that's
I was
probably
gonna say at
more.
this point they have to be able to have that. I mean, there's no way they don't have some
Yep.
kind of system that allows them deeper penetration.
Yeah, does
Yeah.
anybody have one of those Corona typewriters that we could type our fanzine with? It has to be an authentic
I do.
typewriter.
I don't know if it's a Corona, but I bought a
Sean's got-
typewriter from
Sean's got
Jim's Mexican
typewriters
neighbor.
somewhere. Okay.
Oh
You got
yeah,
Remember
ink
that,
ribbon
Jimmy?
with it?
Jose Sanchez.
Yeah, how was Jose doing, man? Have you seen him around anymore?
I haven't seen him in a while. I keep meaning to go over there and bring my goats over to say hi to him. But
Oh, he'd be so happy, man.
sure he would. He's the
You
coolest.
should
dude.
do it. He was a hella chill guy, great neighbor. Well, in my opinion, I wasn't living next to him. Great neighbor for Jim to have.
He
Oh, and
moved.
landlord.
He moved to the United States with no pennies to rub together and built himself this like huge real estate empire of sort of ghetto houses and stuff. He's really cool. Cool dude.
And if you ever want him to talk for an hour, just ask him what he thinks of tenants.
Could I ask Jose, what is the least efficient way to spread a message and how do we do that? And would he say, well, you get a typewriter and you type it up and then you make copies on a Xerox copying machine and then you have to folate and bind and organize all the things and use a stapler and put it in a manila envelope and handwrite the addresses and pay for the postage and
I love that Jim comes
6
in-
months after the
comes
interview,
in with the
maybe.
trump card for the way harder way to communicate. Skywriting. Everyone has to get the message when it's written in the sky or else.
Or it
Miss
moves
it,
away
we have to send another plane up.
at an exorbitant cost.
Yeah. Well, you
Hey,
know, we're
guys,
paying government
thanks.
prices for skywriting.
Thank you, Zerloth.
Thank you for having me on. It's
Yeah, I'm about to bail too. It's nice to meet you, man. I look forward to seeing you around.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's 4 something in the morning here, so I gotta go. I'm zonking.
Or
Right on, brother. It was great to have you, man.
Yep. No worries. I'll catch you guys around. Check me out.
All right.
Bye.
Peace,
Definitely
brother.
come back.
I will promise.
Sweet. Thank you.
Time passes so quickly when you're weaving with spiders.
that's true. I also am gonna go. It's 1:15 here.
Yeah, we kept you
So-
longer than you probably expected to stay.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna go on this long, but I'm happy I stayed. It was
Next week
interesting.
you got to bring a new Lego project.
Yeah, Benna, you're muted on Zoom.
That's actually not a bad idea. I should just do that.
There you go. You can drop one of your helmets and just start from scratch.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. That
Your
sounds
volume's a
awful.
little quiet, Benna, compared to everyone else.
Can you hear me?
I hear
Yeah,
you now.
just
Yeah.
barely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go as well, but I just want to really say thank you, like so much. Like I honestly felt like I had you in my house. I felt like I had company whilst I was doing my like shamanic mixes and all of that shamanic energy is infused into this batch. So all of your consciousness is infused
Yay.
the products that I'm making now and will continue to make because it's like yoga. It continues to work after you've left the weave.
Yes. All the
Nice.
humor, the creativity, the positivity, the love, all
Yeah.
infused in the medicine.
Namaste. I love you very much. Thank you
Yeah,
so
namaste to you too.
much. Thank you.
Thank you for all the
you.
advice. It's
Yeah,
gonna be a
yeah,
lifesaver.
we're gonna be in touch with you. We'll get a hold of you. We'll find you and get a hold of you.
Mhm.
Love you, Bina.
Mwah.
Be well.
Bye. Okay,
I'm copying that from now on. That's great.
Thank you again, Emma.
I'm leaving, guys. I'll talk to you probably next Wednesday. I don't think I'm
Yeah,
pro enough to go on Saturday. That's for y'all.
All
just
is well.
tuning.
It was good to have you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye.
Come back.
Will do.
See you later.
All
Yeah.
right, fellas. I'm probably calling it too. That was a
Good
fun
night.
one.
Good night, Gabriel. And it turns out that you don't plan for things and you plan for the best. And we have a bunch of cool people show up. and-
Amazing flow state.
FlowState.
Right.
All right. Much love,
God
brothers.
Bless you, flow state.
Much love.
Mhm.
I think it's probably a good time to say good night.
Yeah. Krista does remind us that the RX only, prescription only, Gatorade only picture show actually thought of having a zine. So it's not obscene to actually manifest in physical form.
Well, Tracy Twyman had an idea to make a magalog, which is a magazine catalog combination.
Mhm.
And she was going to call it the Mount Analog Plus Ultra Catalog. At least that was one of the ideas that had been around.
Analog plus ultra
So,
catalog.
Right.
of course, I still have a deep yearning in my heart to publish this thing that is not only full of articles like Alan described, but also full of product pages where you can buy silly stuff like this, or a huge bronze from Jim for 10 grand, or or 20 grand, or 25 grand, or how big
every
of a
one with a
monument do you want.
website.
For a
something
very
to
well
share.
priced axe blade.
We
It's
could have a whole
special
section of
size.
classified advertisements.
Right, discount axe blades. Discount axe blade. I think that's really funny. Hey, hold on before I go.
Axe blade.
Check this out, Jim. I thought of you when I bought this at a yard sale.
Oh, I have the exact same axe, except for mine has probably the original handle on it that I inherited from my grandpa.
Twin axes.
Yeah, I don't know where it came. I mean, I offered the lady $20 because she was a little old lady, and I felt bad to offer her any less than that. And then I managed to get a whole bunch of other really good stuff from her that made that price.
It's definitely antique. Probably.
Oh yeah, I don't know. It could be
home.
homemade even. I mean, I don't know. It looks to me like somebody might have invested that, or what do you call it?
I have one that looks so similar to it, but I actually ground initials into it or something, I think.
Maybe we'll have to compare up close
Yeah.
photography sometime this week.
Whenever I track down where I put it, I will send you a picture of it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, you guys. I better push the button. I love you with all of my heart. I'll talk to you sometime soon.
Love you too, my friend.
This is a great night. I'll upload pictures to the Discord of the stuff after I fire it in the oven. So.
Ting tang
Walla 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 walla, bing bang, ting tang.